Hey everybody, welcome to Geek Addicts. Hello everybody and welcome to Geek Addicts, the pop culture podcast. Welcome to this very special episode of Geek Addicts where we will be taking all of the previously recorded Diama Time segments and editing them together into one large supercut. So for everyone who had previously watched those episodes, you can now enjoy them again, this time in one straight go as we give our thoughts on Dragon Ball Diama. But anyways, guys, on to Geek Addicts. The first dubbed episode of Diama came out today.
Indeed. The only one that isn't the normal length for an anime episode.
Yeah, and boy was it nothing.
It was mostly recap and character introduction.
Character introductions to a bunch of characters who at the moment, because they are kind of nothing, I didn't care about. And I was like, okay.
That's fair.
I mean,
these are like pretty much like the main villain cast.
That's what I assumed. Unfortunately, they did not do much in the first episode other than just exposition than what's their idea.
We got some beautifully reanimated scenes from the Buu saga, though.
That was pretty cool. I like that. Then we got some old school Goku and Vegeta fighting. Chi-Chi was there. She doesn't do anything, but she was there.
We had to have another hot demon chick for Dragon Ball fans to simp over.
Uh-huh. Well, because Bulma's old and Chi-Chi's Chi-Chi, and they're both children by the end of the episode, so we need something for the fucking weirdos who watch the weirdos who watch Dragon Ball for reasons.
It's funny too because I feel like every time Toriyama made another like hot demon chick, like they all kind of like look the same. Like we had Toa, and then we had I forget her name, but Beelzebub's sister.
Yeah,
and now we have Aranzu, and they're all very similar looking.
Toriyama has basically admitted that he can only draw like 3 faces, so
especially for women.
Yeah. To be fair though, that's a problem that a lot of mangakas have, so it's not really.
I've said for years that when it comes to anime and manga, you mostly tell who people are by their hair and their clothes.
Well, that's what makes reading a Rumiko Takahashi manga great, because like all her female characters have like 3 different hairstyles. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
They either look like Sango.
That was like one thing that I noticed, that Rin and Kagome have the exact same hairstyle.
Yeah, but Rin's got the goofy like hair pigtail thing, so that's how you tell the difference.
Yeah.
Until she becomes an adult and it goes away, and then you just go, great, they're the same character now.
Now they just look exactly the same.
Yes.
So it turns out that the type is genetic.
Yes.
But aside from that, we got a little bit of Dragon Ball lore. How did you feel about the random, like, oh look, they're unfused for this totally separate reason?
I mean, it was more creative than in Super, where it just kind of happens off screen and they don't really go into it. So, I mean, at least there's an explanation that for Toriyama's bizarre logic for a lot of things, it made sense. So,
yeah, for sure.
I thought in Super it was more like kind of BS, because it was just kind of like, oh yeah, we're just separate now. Don't question it. It's not that important.
Yeah. I kind of like the way they did it, because this is like, I mean, obviously this kind of creates a little bit of a hiccup about like, how is this going to connect to Super? Because I feel like it's supposed to eventually. Actually, they kind of already hinted to it, because towards the end of the episode, when Goma and I forget the other guy's name, but when they were going to Earth to use the Dragon Balls, and they used Warp Sama, which I want your opinion on that in a minute. But when Warp Sama asks where they want to go, they say Universe 7. So that leads me to believe that this is connected to the Super timeline.
My thought there was either it's connected or it's just an alternate universe that uses the same logic. Well, an alternate timeline.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it, but they do kind of briefly like mention other universes in a later episode, and they show all the Supreme Kais that we've seen in Super.
True. I mean, we'll have to wait till how it ends, but like until we get like official confirmation, it's kind of like how does like Super connect to End of Z, like where it's still kind of like this doesn't make a lot of sense, but we're just going to kind of like nod our heads and just kind of not think about it too hard.
Well, Super has kind of like the manga has kind of like steered it more towards that direction of that connective tissue, but
they still, the age gaps are still kind of fucked up, but we're just not going to think about it too hard because
age has always been kind of fucked up in Dragon Ball, so you just kind of can't think too hard about that.
It's one of those things where like I have to wait and see, because it was interesting watching this and seeing how many things were different. Like I did enjoy, like animation wise, they actually took the time to like, because Super had some jank animation and some character designs that were like really incorrect. Like Krillin's hair always bothered the fuck out of me in Super because it was just like not the same as it was before.
Yeah, they gave him like GT Goten hair in Super.
And I was like, okay. And then I saw this, I'm like, oh, they fixed it. Like they got it right.
He's got Z hair.
Yeah, he's got his actual hair, so it like looks like it did when he first saw him. I also noticed like there was a lack of also like Yamcha was back to his like End of Z design, which was cool. Bulma looks older, which I'm assuming because wasn't that the running joke that like she was de-aging herself throughout Super?
Yes. So I'm guessing at this point she hasn't started doing that yet.
Ironically, the only character that actually looked kind of off from their End of Z appearance was Chi-Chi, but we only saw her for like 3 seconds, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I like Goku's outfit in this, where it's kind of like he has the longer shirt that's tucked into the belt.
Yeah, it's kind of like the outfit he has when he trains with Whis, but like a little bit more like his traditional outfit.
Yeah, it's like somewhere in the middle. And Goku Vegeta's little sparring match they had there was beautifully animated. That's one thing, like the animation and art like quality is way higher because the production was much longer for this than it was for Super. Only had like 3 months between like the announcement of Super and it actually starting, so there was like no pre-production for that whatsoever.
Yeah, it's very interesting like that. I did like the little joke where like Trunks they were celebrating Trunks' birthday and they made the joke about Krillin said eventually you're gonna hit your growth spurt, and he's like, Krillin, this is like the last thing I want to hear from you. And Goku's like, oh, don't worry, you'll hit a certain age and then you'll shoot up like nothing. And then Krillin's like, I don't know, considering your dad, you might want to be worried about that.
Yeah.
Oh no, Goku says that, and Vegeta's like, are you picking a fight at my son's birthday?
That's too funny.
Yeah, too funny. It was entertaining, but at the same time, there was a lot of points where I was just like, this is certainly a first episode.
Yeah, they definitely take their time kind of setting things up in the first few episodes. Like you won't even see them get to the demon world until episode 3. So yeah, the first episode is definitely a little bit rough to go, especially since it's a little bit longer, because I think they kind of planned out that first episode when they still had an idea that this is going to be a web show as a web show instead of airing on actual TV, which they ended up changing later. But I'm happy with it. We got the slightest little teaser of Stephanie Nadalny as Goku at the end.
Yeah, like I was like, oh, I'm like, cool. And then I was kind of like hearing the other characters' voices. I'm like, I wonder how they're going to do this. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm still really bummed that Krillin doesn't have a bigger role in this, because I don't know. I love Kid Krillin voice. It just brings me back in a way that nobody else does.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking forward to more of that.
It's not season, episode 2. Less recappy, but still kind of more of the same for episode 1.
This was another case where I felt blueballed fucking watching the time episode. I was like, God damn, we're really doing this again.
Don't worry, there's going to be some action in the next episode. Nothing crazy, but there's going to be something.
I've heard. So I am looking forward to the upcoming stuff, but god damn, like the whole time I'm just sitting here going like, Toriyama, you madman, why'd you do this to us before you left us?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the first like Dragon Ball anime that has like a plan that isn't nice. This is the first Dragon Ball anime that has a plan as far as like, you know, not going based off of like a pre-existing manga. So, and at this point, I've seen 3/4 of the show, watching it subbed, and I like the way that it's unfolded, even though a lot of other people have shit on it.
Is there a confirmed episode count? Because it comes up on all the tracking apps as like unknown how many episodes there's going to be.
It's going to be 20.
Okay.
And it's funny because I've been seeing a bunch of articles being like, oh, Daima ending on this date, you know, confirmed, now confirmed, only 20 episodes for Daima. I'm like, guys, I knew this before the show even started. Where have all of you been? Like,
sleeping, probably. It got announced and no one actually cared that much at the time, and then now that it's out there, like, wait a minute.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm enjoying it. So yeah, episode 2. We get our first taste of a lot of the like recasts for the kid characters.
It's weird that like the only actor that's like an old actor is Stephanie Nadalny.
I know,
because everybody's new apparently.
I am anger that Krillin's voice is not the same Krillin voice that I grew up with,
which I didn't get because they got her back in Super.
I know. It really fucking annoys me, and I don't understand why they did it that way. And it's such an iconic voice. Like, I swear to God, like that, like as much as I love Stephanie Nadalny, I swear to God, the Kid Krillin voice from OG Dragon Ball is more nostalgic to me than Stephanie Nadalny's Goku. I couldn't tell you why. It just is.
I was actually surprised they recast a few characters. Like they recast Bulma. And I was amazed that they didn't just use Monica Rai, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that was a little weird. I mean, they did with everybody. And even well, I mean, wasn't it Laura Bailey who played Kid Chi-Chi originally?
Yeah, I understand why they
didn't. But that makes sense.
I was amazed they didn't get Alexis Tipton because she's usually the Laura Bailey stand-in, but I guess they wanted to try someone new.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Chi-Chi had much to say.
Maybe they're trying to reflect the Japanese because to my knowledge, I believe that they did the same thing in Japan where pretty much everybody except for Goku's voice is different. And I think at least over there, the theory behind that is that because all the original Japanese cast is getting so up there, like they wanted to kind of try and introduce new people to possibly take over those roles in the future. Which makes sense. I mean, they've already had to replace a bunch of people over time due to untimely death and whatnot over in Japan.
You know, another thing that bothered the fuck out of me, though, and this is just a personal thing. Young Roshi. Why is he bald? He had hair back in the day. He had hair back in the day. That pissed me off right away. I was like, did they forget Goku went back in time? I don't know. Toriyama probably did forget. Let's be real here.
Well, I mean, Toriyama didn't write that filler episode, so
true. It bothered me. I was like, he had hair, and why is Krillin bald? I mean, I get they want to do old Krillin, but he had hair.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah,
that is so bizarre.
They went out of their way to get his hair right this time, and then they just were like, nah, bald.
Yeah. Well, you know what I thought was funny though was well, first of all, Mr. Satan. I love little Mr. Satan.
Yet Mr. Satan gets a full redesign. And I'm like,
yep. I wish Mr. Satan went with them to the demon world, honestly.
He probably wouldn't make it back.
Yeah, he would. Mr. Satan survives everything, and we all know it.
By running and hiding.
He survived against Cell and Boo and Baby, if you want to count GT. He lived through a lot of shit.
Well, yeah, I guess.
He went 1-on-1 with Kid Buu, like, and he still lived.
Also, it annoyed me that Chi-Chi's young design is just her old design, but small.
Just small, yeah.
When she
Well,
had a
they
young
weren't
design.
they weren't gonna stick her in the metal bikini. So
Well, it didn't have to be the bikini. Just she had like a different hairstyle back then. They didn't have to.
this is true. This is true.
This semantics. It's things that like only nerds get annoyed about.
I did like the Master Roshi's kid voice sounds so much like I thought it was Mike McFarlane until we
I did
looked up
too, and then I looked it up and it
cast.
wasn't.
And I was surprised with how similar it was. Like that's definitely going to be their go-to. Like if Mike McFarlane ever retires, like that's definitely whoever that was. That's who they're going with. And Vegeta and Piccolo's voices were interesting too.
Yeah, Vegeta's was weird. I'm surprised they didn't get Sabat to do a younger sounding.
Because he's done Kid Vegeta in like small scenes here and there throughout Z and Super and Battle of Gods, and so it's not like he hasn't done it before.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's again, not a big deal.
I mean, it is interesting to kind of get different actors' takes on characters, and this is a perfect excuse for them to do that. So, it is also pretty weird having a new Dragon Ball show where we only get Schemmel in like the first episode.
Schemmel, Sabat, like all of these iconic actors.
I don't know how I feel about Popo's voice.
Yeah, I, to be honest, young Popo was a little disturbing. I wasn't really okay with that.
Yeah, I did like the scene of Goten and Trunks just being like, "Hey, we're babies," and like they're just doing baby shit, but they're like telepathically communicating. Like,
yeah, that was Dragon Ball. This is the early episodes, I will say, are very tonally weird for Dragon Ball.
They reflect like early Dragon Ball a lot, but it's later. It's like post Boo, so like they're like high level, like they know all this shit, like all these like high level techniques and stuff, like being able to communicate telepathically and all that other shit. But now they're kids again.
I loved Shenron's little dickhead moment right before he
left. I know. That was perfect.
Where he was like, no, multiple wishes are only for my special customers. Everyone else,
they're for my return customers.
They're for my regulars. Everyone else can get fucked. And I was just like, I love Shenron.
You have to get this card punched 5 times before you can get 3 wishes.
I bet that's something that Shenron just made up on the spot because he didn't like them, and he was just like, "Fuck you!" Like, no.
Yes, I don't like the cut of your jib. I'm just gonna.
You woke me up early. I was not time.
I mean, hey, even in Res F, they gave the fucking Pilaf crew multiple wishes.
So. Well, I mean, the Pilaf crew are regular. I mean, they've used the balls a few times at that point. I mean, he's probably like, "Yeah, all right, you guys are fine."
Well, it is canonical that they have used them at least once because they had to make the wish to make them kids.
Well, then oh no, they didn't make the first wish. They just got the balls.
Yeah, right. Pilaf summoned him, but Oolong made the wish.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So yeah, that was all pretty fun. I loved, well, first of all, the whole hunt for the power pole. I love the whole bit where Goku was just like, "Oh, I can't fly," and Piccolo's like, "Do better." He's like, "Well, it's so easy. Why don't you do it?" And then Piccolo is just as bad.
I loved Goku just not being able to fly and just like failing. It's really funny. Like he still has all of his power, but he's not used to the kid body anymore, so he like is struggling. It's kind of like when he lost his tail initially and he was like all off balance.
Yeah, he's like he doesn't have the same kind of control over like he's not used to his size, so it does affect it. And I like that that's like a big difference because not to put too much of a comparison on it, like with GT it was just like, oh, I'm a kid but I'm still just as good as everything. Like
GT annoys. The thing about GT that bothers me is not only did they make him a kid, but then he just fucking takes over the show like immediately.
Yeah, well, in GT it was like, it's like, yeah, I'm a kid but I'm just as fucking strong, because they even make it a point at one, like in GT when he fights General Rildo, he makes a comment, and this is in Japanese too, it's not just in the English. He makes a comment that General Rildo is stronger than Majin Buu, and he fights him in base as a kid. And he does perfectly fine. Like
GT was bad.
The power scaling was just off the fucking wall in that show.
GT had great ideas and horrible execution. Like Goku, I always said in GT, Goku should have like once he went Super Saiyan 4, he should have just stayed an adult after that. Like that, this kid thing should have been short lived.
Yeah.
Um,
But I did like, yeah. Going back to the topic at hand, I loved the whole bit with him like being like, "Oh yeah, my power pole, I'm gonna go get that," and then he goes on like a little hunt to get it, and then of course Master Roshi's using it to dry laundry because that's just you kind of had to bring that gag back from like way back with like the Bancho fan. I was using it as a placemat.
Yeah.
Like now he's using all these rare magical like one of a kind items just to do like daily chore shit.
Like, I like the implication too that the power pole's just been up there this whole time.
Mm.
And then at one point it just ended up going to Roshi.
It's super funny.
Because I forgot he never gets the pole back after he uses it the first time. It's like gone after that.
Well, I think he has it when he shows up to the tournament after like he grows up, but he never used it. I think the only time we see him use it after he grows up is Dead Zone.
Yeah, and that's debatably not canon. So
yeah, I mean it can fit into the timeline, but it's not canon.
Yeah, well, I mean a lot of those movies can fit into the timeline, but like Dead Zone's one of the ones that can fit the most theoretically, but
and if you're looking at anime canon, it is canon because we had the Garlic Junior Saga later on.
True.
So
True.
Out of all of as far as like anime canon, if you want to use Boruto logic, that one is canon.
True. So what were your thoughts on the new character that comes in right at the end?
I mean, I can't say too much because I know more about him.
True.
I've spent more time with him. I like Aaron Dismuke as him. I feel like he works very well for the character.
It's hilarious how he is both a classic Funimation actor, but he's also like a new Funimation actor at the same time.
Yeah, because he started so young.
Yeah, because like everyone was used to his kid voices back in the day, and then when his voice broke, he ended up becoming this like different actor who's like got a new style that's incredibly iconic these days. I mean, like he's the president in Kaguya-sama, a very iconic role. He's got it's just that dry, like sarcastic voice that he can just do very well.
And you'll see as we go along that is going to work perfectly with this character. He's definitely one of that kind of character.
I love the line where like Bulma's like, "Can I look at your spaceship?" He's like, "This is just a car."
Like, yeah, you mean my plane? Like, yeah, it goes through space. It's a spaceship. It's like I just happened to go through space this time, but it's still a plane, idiot.
Yeah, he's such a sarcastic dick about it. I'm like, yeah, this is a perfect casting.
Yeah, for sure.
Was this ever in Dragon Ball before this?
No, this is his debut, to my knowledge.
I wonder if he played someone in Super at one point, like an extra or something. I don't know.
It's entirely. He could have played somebody in like the Tournament of Power or something, because there was a lot of random people that got thrown in there. But he has such a distinct voice. I feel like I would have noticed unless he was doing like a specific voice.
True.
I did also like when he did get the power pole, like that one little scene of him just fucking around with it.
Yeah,
was so beautifully animated. I loved that whole little bit.
I love when he gets back to. He's like, "Guys, look, I found my power pole," and it's like, Goku. Half the people here don't even know what that is.
Yeah, right. Vegeta's like, "What is it? It's a stick."
Vegeta is so pissy about being a kid throughout this episode. Like he's like, "Ugh."
Yep. Oh my god.
Because he literally doesn't do anything the entire episode, pretty much.
He's not gonna do much of anything for a bit. Which
because he doesn't get to go. He doesn't get to go, right?
Yeah, he shows up late. He and Piccolo show up late.
But
I mean, it's also kind of good though because it gives Goku time with. Well, first of all, it gives Supreme Kai more of spotlight because he's a significant character in this story, and it also gives us more time with the new characters.
Oh, I also love Bulma just using Kibito as like her personal slave for everything now.
I mean, it's pretty typical Bulma at this point.
I just like how Kibito's like the new target for her, and every time he's like, "It's not really my job, but okay."
Yeah, well, she doesn't know Whis yet, so I mean,
okay, does Whis even exist in this universe? That's the real question.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say anything about that because they haven't been specifically mentioned. I'll say that.
Oh, okay.
But there is a scene later on where they're discussing the Kai race, and it shows all the Kais that we saw in Super as like a brief little like screen or a brief whatever picture of just all of them, like Gowasu and all them. So theoretically, this is part of the same timeline. I don't understand how that would work with the whole Supreme Kai and Kibito being unfused thing, because that kind of puts a wrench in the whole bit. But
well, I mean, the connecting Super to End of Z still doesn't make 100% sense either. So
yeah, well, but yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's too much else to say. It was we definitely got more out of this episode than the last one, but it's still very much a like a build up episode.
yeah, I mean, we got more of the actual crew hanging out, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, for sure. And starting next episode, we'll be in the Demon Realm, so that will be very fun. I'm looking forward to some of the hijinks we get there.
Nice. Diama Time. Do I have fun background music for this? Probably not.
Oh well, we'll figure that out.
There we go. It's random acoustic guitar.
Jeez. So from being totally honest, I kind of forgot about the segment. I did watch it last week, but if I had remembered that we were doing this segment, I would have watched it again this morning. But
it's okay because it's another episode where nothing happens. So,
well, I mean, I wouldn't say nothing happens. It's
well,
kind of like
Goku fights at a bar.
Yeah. Well, we kind of get like more like build up, you know.
True. I mean, we get a bit more of the new characters. Actually, I don't like the acoustic cinematic anymore. No, that's annoying too. Oh, this one works. Okay. Yeah. This is an interesting one because I feel like Daima starts off very slow.
Yeah, it's definitely a slow burn. Especially considering it's only going to be 20 episodes total.
Mm.
I mean, unless Toei decide they want to take it further. But as far as like the original plan that was mapped out by Toriyama, it was only supposed to be the 20 episode series.
Mm.
So this one starts with what? Goku, Supreme Kai, and Glorio like heading to the Demon Realm, like they go to the Warp Sama or Lord Warp, I guess they call him in the dub.
Yeah.
And Goku immediately pisses him off because he calls him a goldfish.
As Goku does, yes.
Mm-hmm. And like repeatedly too. He's just like, well, a Popeye goldfish? He's just like, still a goldfish.
It's really weird watching this just because like watching the dub anyways, because like Stephanie Nadame's voice is so iconic, but it feels weirdly out of place with all of these other like newer actors.
Mm-hmm.
It's still taking a bit to get used to, but she's slowly getting back into it.
Yeah, it's like it's still like very recognizably like the original Goku voice for Kid Goku, but like it's you can tell like she's still trying to scrape the rust off, you know.
Yeah, you can tell she's definitely older too. Like age will change your voice no matter. Like I always say, like in like Yashahime, when like the main cast comes back for their few appearances during that show, Richard Ian Cox's voice is definitely different as Inuyasha, but you can still tell it's him. So it's kind of a similar thing like that.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, they don't really do a wicked lot, do they?
No, they kind of go through the thing. They end up at a bar because Goku's hungry, because of course he is. And
it was mostly like just them like on the way, and then they get there and they're like, all right, let's go get a room, you know.
Yeah, and of course, and Goku's like, I'm hungry, and they're like, you just ate, and he's like, I'm always hungry, and it's weird how when he's younger he's hungrier. I guess it makes sense. I guess
he's a growing boy.
Yeah, growing like 50-year-old boy.
Something like that.
Well, actually, no, he's died, so he's probably still in his like 40s, but whatever.
Yeah, he was dead for 7 years, and then another year on top of that in the Saiyan saga. So he stopped aging for like 8 years.
Yeah, and his wife got older than him.
Yep.
Poor Chi-Chi.
That's true. I never really thought of that, huh? I guess Chi-Chi is older than him now. I guess even wow.
Even with like the years that he gets cut off in the time chamber, like I think she's still older than him.
Unless you include Super.
I think even by Super, he's like a little bit closer to getting back to proper, but like he's still like technically younger than her.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. Ages is weird in Dragon Ball.
Yeah, and that explains why she looks so much fucking older than everybody in GT. But
yeah. So like, how are you feeling about Glorio as a character so far?
I like him just mostly because I like Aaron Discu's performance.
Mm-hmm.
But we still don't know enough about him to really have a solid opinion, other than he's very much an Aaron Discu character. Like that guy's perfect for this role.
Yeah.
I will say the fight scene in the bar with Goku was pretty epic.
Yeah. It just really was them like showing what they can do with this.
Well, it was very nostalgic watching it because it reminded me a lot of original Dragon Ball. Just the more he had to actually fight and not just laser strike charge for 5 hours and then spirit bomb, whatever he does nowadays.
I gotcha. I did like the whole interaction between Glorio and the guy who like runs the hotel or whatever. How like the dude is like very clearly trying to rip them off, and he just like he pulls aside his coat and shows the pistol.
Yeah,
like the whole like kind of gunslingery kind of situation. I like that whole bit. I like that Glorio uses a gun. Like you don't really see characters in Dragon Ball like use a gun effectively.
Because they're like useless. Like when I think of guns in Dragon Ball, I think of the fucking first episode where Bulma shoots Goku in the head and it does nothing.
Yeah.
And it was like that's basically guns in this show from the start. So it is interesting to see one that actually does something.
And there will be like some more like other stuff later on, like other weaponry that is actually effective, not necessarily in a damaging way, but it's effective in other ways.
The only other time I can think of guns like actually coming into play in a Dragon Ball episode is like that one. I'm pretty sure it was a gag where Chi-Chi's just packing heat for no reason. She doesn't even do anything with it.
I think it was because she was trying to go to Namek because she was freaking out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fun fact.
I think those were all Launch's guns too. She just found them.
Well, see, Toriyama remembered Launch's guns, just not Launch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Launch had a gun. That was the only other thing, and it did. Yeah. It also did nothing.
And Goku got shot a lot during the Red Ribbon Army stuff, but
true. Oh yeah. Also, Alex Dragon Ball Z update. She's gotten to the driving arc, the driving test filler. She very much enjoyed it.
I saw the GIF she posted.
Alex also does not like Chi-Chi, as I've discovered, and I'm just like,
she's a lot more likable in the manga. It's the anime that really fucking plays her up as just being ridiculous.
She gets so much better at the end of Z, like after Goku dies, ironically,
and then she gets worse in Super.
Yeah, then it's like she just reverts back to her worst, and I'm just like, great.
Well, they backpedal everybody in Super.
True. I mean, the best version of Chi-Chi is technically non-canon, and that's the wedding dress arc. So,
yeah, this is true.
My response to Alex is though, she's like, I hate Chi-Chi. I'm like, but she's just trying to be a mom. She's like, she's so mean to Gohan, and I'm just like, yeah, she is, but I mean, she's trying to be a mom.
Did you not talk about her chasing the fucking abusive tutor off the property, throwing him out the window?
I think when she texted me, she hadn't got there yet. But my favorite was her going, "What happens to Icarus?" And I'm just like, Toriyama forgot. Like, it's not important.
Icarus didn't exist in the manga. That's all filler.
I know. I love her she's giving me play-by-play of Z as she goes through it, and every time she asks a question, my either thing is like, I'm like, yep, that happens, or my response is, you did see Super, you know what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
But my favorite still is the little green Namekian sounds like Toru Honda, and I'm like, you mean Dende, who's in Super, and kind of important.
Yeah.
She's like,
but
yeah,
in Super, he's played by Justin Cook.
Well, yeah, he's older by then too.
But yeah, I don't know. It's I love how we just reverted into talking about Z instead of Diama.
Because nothing happened. It's just like I'm hoping. Because I mean, you've told me it gets better. Just these first 3 episodes are.
It amps up. It amps up later on and starts playing around with more like different stuff. Like I'm trying to remember if there was any big lore drops in this episode. I don't feel like there was.
No. Other than all the demons were like racist against Goku because he wasn't a demon.
I mean, there was a lot of like little like explanation stuff about the demon realm itself. Like they saw the big hole. We're like, oh, there's a shield there. You can't just pass through the demon worlds. Now you got to use warp to get there, and stuff like that. And then their plane gets stolen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spoiler alert. That's gonna happen like a lot.
I can imagine.
They switch planes a lot in this show. Or in some cases don't use them at all. You'll see what I mean. It's pretty wild.
I guess I was gonna rate this episode. I'd probably give it like a 6. Like, I'm hoping it picks up soon because
it's very much a build-up episode.
Yeah, because the whole time watching, I've just been like, I feel like I should have waited till it was done and then binged it, because like watching it week by week is like, it's like a tease. Like you get a little bit and then it's like, nope, and you're like, okay, see you next week.
Well, see, now the Japanese is in the final stretch. They just released episode 16, and like even like the next episode preview, like up to this point, it's always been like literally just like one little tiny like 1 second snippet with an episode title. But the one that they gave for next week's episode yesterday was like a 30 second like showing a bunch of stuff. So like things are really cooking right now in the Japanese.
Yeah, Diama Time, as we've been calling it.
Yeah. Where's the theme music?
Let me find the theme music. Which one was it? I already forgot.
I don't remember.
Yeah, that'll work. So Diama, I didn't get to watch episode 5 yet, so we're just going to talk 4.
Me neither, so that works out.
So episode 4 happened, and stuff's finally starting to happen.
Yeah, this felt more like an adventure than the previous episodes.
Their car got stolen.
Yeah, it opened up with them staring at the spot where their plane used to be. And so basically, they're just like, oh, well, fuck, we gotta walk.
I did enjoy Goku being like, let's just fly. And he's like, yeah, you fly for like 5 minutes here and you'll be dead in like 3 minutes.
I like that as like a plot point where it's just like, oh, we can just fly. It's just like, well, no, actually, like our air is too thick. If you try to fly, you're gonna tire yourself out. Like you can only fly in short bursts here.
And of course, Goku being Goku is immediately like, I'm gonna try it anyways. And he's like, oh yeah, you're right. Shit.
And I think that helps too to even things out, because it felt like he got used to how his body works way too quickly. So I like the fact that the atmosphere of the demon realm itself makes it harder for him to move. So it kind of puts that extra limitation on him.
I actively like the fact that they're actively trying to prevent it from just becoming GT again by actually making Goku like not just OP the entire time. Because my God, GT was bad though. Like GT just straight up became the Goku show after like 2 episodes.
Yeah, well, that's definitely one thing about this that I've been liking, is it is taking the time to focus on other characters. And while Goku is still the main focal point, it's not just about him. Like other people are doing stuff too.
True.
So.
They also are remembering why we liked Kid Goku in like original Dragon Ball, not GT where they just like he's a kid now, but he's still the Goku that he's been for like the last like 20 years. So it's like, yeah, he's just a kid now, and it's weird.
I will say there were a couple points where I noticed that Stephanie Downey's voice wasn't really bringing it the way she used to.
You can tell she's definitely aged.
There's a couple points where like it was a couple line deliveries where I was just like, ooh, she would have delivered that way differently 20 years ago.
So, gonna break topic real quick. Alex just texted me, and her question she said was, "Why did I just have to see Cell poop out babies?"
Oh, so she's still on Cell?
Yeah, I think she had just.
She didn't know about the Cell Juniors?
No, apparently not. Well, no, she doesn't. Nice. She doesn't know anything about Z. So it's like she's like learning all these things. I'm like, I love when she runs into a thing that like is explained in Super, and I'm like, oh, you've seen Super, you know what happens.
Yeah, it's super funny.
It's fine though. I love the play-by-play of her watching Z.
Super funny.
But going back to Diama, yeah, they you can tell that Stephanie's definitely aged a little bit. It's still there, but it's kind of like when trying to think of another example.
Well, it's mostly when she's like exerting, like when she's just talking as Goku, it's you know, it's the classic Goku voice, but when she's like trying to deliver a line in like a certain way is like when she's being a little bit more expressive is when you can really tell.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like it gives me, as much as I'm not a fan of the sub like for Dragon Ball, it does give me a lot of like appreciation for that Goku's Japanese voice actress where she's still screaming like her lungs out.
Oh yeah,
the same way she always has. And it's like, as much as I don't care for the Dragon Ball sub, you gotta give her props, because holy shit, how old is she?
She's almost 90.
Yeah, it's like, holy cow.
Yeah,
how does her voice do that?
But yeah, I mean, aside from that, I forget, is this the first time we saw like the like abyss, like the dark ocean or whatever the hell they called it?
Yes, I believe so, because they'd mentioned that if Goku falls in that, he's gone forever.
Yeah, it's kind of like how we originally heard about, like, if you fall off Snake Way, you're gone forever. Only this time it's for real.
Yeah.
And a weird, like, I hesitate to say flying sperm monster, but it was a flying sperm monster.
Yes.
And we got to see Glorio fight a little bit, which was fun, showing off that he's not a pushover.
Yeah, I love his no shits given attitude, though. Still, it's very. It's very refreshing, because that's really not a character trope we've had in Dragon Ball. Like, the closest I can think is 17, but like even 17 does care about certain things.
And he gets worked up from time to time. Like, Glorio is just kind of like, yeah, I'm here. This is my job.
He's such an Aaron Discanu character. It's not even funny.
Which is really funny, too, because I mentioned earlier, I was watching Dr. Stone. I literally watched this time episode, and then I started watching Dr. Stone, and it was like a weird... Because he plays the main character in that show.
Yeah, that's true. He does.
So it was like a weird like jump between characters there.
Well, it's funny when you watch Diama, and then you watch like Kaguya-sama, and you're like, hey, I know him.
So yeah, we got to see him fight a little bit, which is cool. We got a few little skirmishes in this episode, which I appreciated. Nothing too crazy, like not any like, you know, big epic fights or anything, but just a couple little skirmishes for them to show off their
we got to see that
choreography and whatnot.
That village that's like being enslaved.
Well, apparently this is just a thing that's happening across all of the Demon Realm. Like, he's just overly taxing people, even though he like just became king like yesterday.
That was like the most fucked up scene too, where it's like, not only is he taxing them to death, but then literally if they can't pay, he just takes their life force. Like, what?
Yeah, he uses like a lava lamp to steal their life force. Can you talk about the evil lava lamp for a second? Like, I wasn't because I watched this subbed a while back. I must have missed the evil lava lamp part because I was watching it this time. I'm like, that's just a straight up lava lamp. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a very Toriyama thing. Like it's like,
but at the same time, it makes you think back to like when they were collecting energy to resurrect Majin Buu. They had like the weird like life force sucking machine or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, so this came from the demon realm. That makes sense. Turns out a lot of stuff came from the demon realm that we didn't know about.
Yeah. The only question I have is Daima going to be canon to everything else, or is Daima going to be its own secluded thing?
We're not really going to have... We might not get a definitive answer, period, but I don't think we're really going to know until it's over.
Yeah, because it's so weird that this is technically a different universe from Super.
It's referenced things from Super, so it's possible, but
yeah,
it's already kind of fucked up that canon in the same way that Super fucked up the GT.
Well, Super just straight up said GT's not canon at all, because I think they established in Xenoverse that like GT is just a weird side universe.
Well, I think in a way this is kind of supposed to be a similar thing, but because they are referencing things from Super, that kind of throws a wrench in that whole deal.
The way I feel like with that is that they're implying that, you know, like Super like stuff that still all exists in the Dragon Ball universe. It just doesn't happen this way in the Diamond universe.
Maybe this is just one of the other time rings. Maybe that's what this is.
Oh, you know, that's actually a really good theory.
Maybe that's what each of those alternate timelines was. Just there was GT, Super, Daima.
Well, it's interesting because like now people are going to question what is the actual canon post Z, and we'll probably never get an answer to that. So it's just kind of going to be one of those like whichever one you feel like it kind of answers.
I mean, I still feel like this is probably the closest to canon out of all of them, just because of how involved Toriyama was. But
the thing is, though, Super has so many like fans, and Super did go pretty deep. Plus, it has the manga.
Yeah,
we'll never know. We'll never know, unfortunately.
Who knows? Well, maybe this will get a manga too. I'll collect it if it does.
Oh. Yeah, I probably will too. Oh, we haven't heard Mr. Carr in a while. That's interesting.
Yeah, you should probably slow down a little bit. It's kind of icy outside.
He's trying to jump the rotary.
Yeah, that's happened. Don't joke about that. It's happened multiple times. But yeah. So actually, before they get to that village, they stumble upon a random like gift shop in the middle of the fucking desert for some reason. I love the old couple that run this place.
Yeah, they're
super endearing, like one-shot side characters. And this is where we get introduced to the bugs. The what they call it, meta bugs.
Yeah, something like that.
And I think this also is where the running gag of Goku not being able to say Glorio's name right starts.
You know, it's funny. I didn't even notice. I just kind of was like, oh, it's Goku being Goku. So I'll be looking up for that going forward.
Well, I just love, like, every time he does it, Glorio's just like, it's Glorio. He's just like, super, like, no shit's given every time. Just, it's Glorio, dude. Like...
That's interesting. I'll have to watch out for that because I just figured it was Goku being Goku.
And I just gotta say this right now. There's a part of me that kind of wishes this was kind of a more adult geared show, because if it was, he'd call him Glory Hole at one point.
Yeah, probably. Jeez.
But anyways, so Goku eats a fried lizard, which actually looked delicious.
Yeah, they're really putting a lot of detail in the food.
Well, they've kind of, since GT, they've done that. And
true.
Because I don't know when the last time we watched GT was, but the shit, the weird ass fucking like mountain food that Chi-Chi cooks looks absolutely scrumptious.
True. I haven't watched Chi-Chi fully. I haven't watched Chi-Chi. Yeah, I haven't watched GT fully in a very long time. So
also there was a weird thing where Goku goes to eat it and he just goes rub-a-dub-dub, and then he starts eating. I was like, What
Did
the fuck?
did they write that, or did Stephanie Nadolny go, sure, why not? I'll add this.
I don't know. I don't think he said that in the sub. It was probably just the Itadakimasu or whatever. Like,
It's Funimation
thank you.
being quirky again.
I think it's supposed to be like rub a dub dub, thanks for the grub kind of thing, but they didn't have enough mouth flaps. So they just said rub a dub dub.
Yeah, I heard that and I was just kind of like, okay, sure.
Yeah, it was just like a really weird, like, wait, what? That was weird.
It's you know what's weird to me though, like there's so many new dubbing talent in Daima that it's weird that like Aaron Discamy might be like the most like prolific actor in this show.
Mm-hmm. I kind of love it though. Like I love all the new blood in this show because like literally Stephanie Nadolny is like the only returning actor for these characters.
Aside from like their cameos at the start, like Chamel's like three.
And I'm sure
lines.
I'm sure they'll be there for the final episode too. But
it's weird Sabat hasn't done any other voices though.
Yeah, especially since he had to sacrifice 2 roles for this. Well, I mean, he did get to do Korin a little bit, so
true. It's just weird to me because like you'd think that Sabat's like the Crunchyroll guy at this point. Like you think he'd do something.
Yeah.
I mean, we might not see it yet, to be honest. So.
I mean, there are plenty of characters still to come, so we'll see.
So, what do you think of the new character they introduced in this episode?
Pansy?
Yes, the very obvious gonna be in the party because she's in all the intros character.
Well, I mean, but they didn't even get really a whole lot of time with her. And you know what? The whole scene where she shows up and she's doing the whole like, "Oh, I'm gonna save you," blah blah blah. Like, I don't know, like that whole scene's like I feel like watching that scene. I felt like deja vu. Like I've seen that in some sort of Toriyama thing before. I don't know if maybe I'm thinking of Sandland or something. Like I don't know. It just seems so familiar.
You know what's really funny though? Like I love the fact that like Goku's like, we need to help them, and like I'm sitting here thinking like, when has Goku ever wanted to help people? He just wants to fight the strongest. Usually, most of the time.
I mean, if he sees people being a dick right in front of him, he's gonna do something about it. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like if you're doing your thing way over there and I don't see it, I don't give a fuck. I mean, he just kind of let Frieza do his own thing for a while.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like we're so used to Goku, like
he's like, as long as I don't see it or hear about it, do what you want, bro. But if it's in front of me, I'm gonna do something.
Yeah, it's like if it involves fighting a strong enemy, I'll go out of my way. But like if I didn't see it, it's not my problem.
Plus, he's still getting used to the air and stuff. So I mean, get a little exercise. It's not the worst thing. But yeah, the old couple at the shop, like, well, first of all, like I don't know why like the lady had like this like Southern Belle thing going on, but like
funny.
There's like a Southern Belle like, but also like witchy kind of voice thing going on.
Makes sense.
But I liked her a lot. And then when she brings out the husband when they're talking about like, oh, we need a plane. And I love the gag about him not being able to hear.
Yeah.
And like Glorio, like they ask him the question, and he's just like, What'd you say again? Like he sits there and thinks for a second, and then he asks. Like, I don't know, it's just a goofy little gag that I enjoyed. Oh yeah, and Goku got some revived bugs and some fusion bugs, or joined bugs, whatever the fuck they call them. And just in case anybody's wondering, I have seen up through I think episode 16, and I still haven't seen anybody fuse yet. So that's gonna be like end game.
It's either gonna be end game or it's gonna be something that never gets brought up because that's just how anime works.
Yeah, well, if they leave a fusion MacGuffin on the table, you know it's gonna get used. They did it with Goku Black. They did it with fucking, they did it with Kefla.
Yeah,
so it's one of those things where if it's brought up, it's gonna happen. And I have a feeling it could just be another Goku Vegeta fusion. It is entirely possible. I'm not gonna say that that's not gonna happen, but there is another pair of characters that get introduced later that I feel would be better used with that. So I'll just leave that at that for now. But as far as got sidetracked. So I like the mode of transportation they end up getting from that old couple.
Oh, you mean the fucking just launched into fucking orbit?
It literally practically got shot out of a cannon. That's pretty much what it was.
I loved Goku's line of like, so how do we control this thing? It's like, control this thing. It just goes.
Control.
You're basically just aiming blind.
Yeah, Supreme guy's like, it's a good thing you know how to fly this thing, Glorio. He goes, fly it? What are you talking about? No, we're gonna bail. Tuck and roll, bitch.
See, it reminded me a lot of the guy from OG Dragon Ball,
Mercenary Tao.
Mercenary Tao, just grabbing the fucking wooden spear and just throwing it and riding that. Like,
that's what it felt like to me too. I like that a lot. But yeah, that whole bit. And then like, I don't know, the weird outfit that the old dude was wearing. Like he was like yelling through the megaphone.
Yeah.
I don't know, it was weird. Like dressed up like a wizard or some shit. It was weird.
Very
so yeah, they got launched, and that's when they end up getting to the town we mentioned earlier. Pansy, yes. So I don't want to go too deep into it, but basically she's kind of like a Bulma substitute.
Yeah, I kind of got that vibe.
She's the techie in the group, so she's gonna be doing techie stuff. What do you think about her homemade wasabi bomb that didn't work?
I was just like,
it just kind of farted.
I just saw it and I was like, oh, that happened.
I was like, she had a taser too.
Yeah. It was very Toriyama, very OG Dragon Ball-ish. Like I did enjoy it. I got a good kick out of it.
And we got some decent fight choreography throughout this whole exchange here. I like seeing Goku fight with the power pole again. It's refreshing.
Yeah,
especially with like the level of animation that they have now. Like they could do so much more with it, with like, you know, the way they use the models and the cameras and like the you know, they can, they're not limited to like hand drawing like they used to be. So like they can focus more on the choreography itself rather than just trying to get it on paper, for lack of a better word. So yeah, I appreciate that.
It's been a pretty show to watch. I'm glad that stuff's finally happening. Because those first 3 episodes were kind of slow. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a slow start for sure. I feel like this show ultimately will be better served as a binge watch. Like I feel like Alex is actually doing it right now, where she's focusing on Z, and by the time she finishes that, like she'll be able to binge through those early episodes and get into the good stuff like pretty quickly.
Yeah, if she watches Diama, I have no idea if she's going to, because I'm pretty sure she said after she finishes Z, she's going to watch Super again.
I mean, that's fair.
She likes Super a lot, so it makes. She's got to start reading the manga, because I want to know her opinion on the changes. But
yeah, that could be a whole GNC episode on its own.
Honestly, yeah.
But yeah, pretty much the episode pretty much ends with Pansy like meeting up with them, being like, "Who the hell are you guys?" And the episode just kind of ends.
So yeah, do you think it's time we get into Diama Time?
Yeah.
All right, let's do Diama Time. Need our background music. I think that's the music we said. Hold on. If it's not, oh well.
Whatever.
So we're at episode 5 of Diama.
Pansy.
Yes, Pansy. We've got the crew now.
Yeah, we got our pretty much our group for the time being until the other folks join up with them.
Stuff's finally happening.
Yes. So we left off like right when like Pansy kind of like took off the mask and revealed herself, and well, first of all, how do you feel about Pansy so far as a character?
She's very Dragon Ball. Like she's got that vibe. Like she fits in with this core group. I'd say she's like the Bulma, I guess, of this group right now. Before Bulma eventually shows up.
Well, that's definitely what they're going for. And actually, you know what? There's a lot of context here, like because like how far technology advances in Super.
Mm.
And now that I'm thinking about it, like maybe a lot of it is because she steals a bunch of stuff from the demon realm from Pansy, and like it, like like puts that into like Earth technology.
Maybe because we still don't really know how if these connect. Like,
I can't say anything,
okay, so there's
but something
potential.
happened in the most recent episode. If I'm being honest, it's probably going to get spoiled for you because I can't see how this isn't going to end up in your feed somehow.
Amazingly,
Because
I haven't had a lot of Dragon Ball stuff in my feed in a while, so
this is one of those things where if you look up anime in any way, shape, or form, it's probably going to pop up because this is kind of like a huge thing that happened in this last episode.
yeah. I mean,
So
I'll continue to
I
avoid.
won't say anything just in case you are lucky and it slides by, but I would be shocked if it didn't get spoiled for you before the dub came out for it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I've managed to avoid spoilers so far. I get spoiled in fucking Formula One subreddits. I mean, let's be real here.
Yeah. So, well, we got this whole like exchange between Goku and Pansy, where Pansy's like, "How can you do all these crazy things?" He's like, "What do you mean? It's training." She's like, "What the
Yeah,
fuck is training?" Like, what do you mean? What is training? Like, people don't know what training is.
we had another
Also,
class.
Pansy's 82 years old.
Yeah, yep. That was a thing. Which gets hilariously referenced later when Goku gets the daughter of this one of these demons down there. He gets offered one of his daughters as a bride, and Goku's like, "Well, I'm already married because I have to remember Chi-Chi when I'm obligated to." Um,
Well, it was Pansy. It was Pansy's
oh
dad
right,
was
yeah,
offering her.
that's right. That's what it was. And
Yeah,
Goku's like, "Well, I'm already married," and it's like, I'm
he's
like,
married and I have kids.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. When Goku only remembers Chi-Chi when it's relevant. That's how I always see it. Yeah.
which I'm just saying, he wasn't saying that shit when it was Princess Snake.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. That did happen.
Yeah, but anywho, so we get this whole bit where like, was it that one scene with like all the soldier guys who were just like, we're gonna go after that kid with the impossible haircut and the red stick.
Yeah. Just being self-aware now.
Yeah. So we just kind of get like a little like clip show of just kind of showing like all the different locales that they're traveling through.
Mm.
And we get a name for the Supreme Kai race.
We did.
They are Glins.
Glenn. I remember I heard that name and I was like, I just kind of didn't know what to think. I was kind of like, I don't know if I like that or not.
I mean, I feel like it fits with like the vibe that race gives off. At least the Universe 7 ones. Some of the ones from the other universes, maybe not. But
Well, anytime I heard Glenn, I just immediately thought Glenn. I'm like, it's Glenn. Damn it.
well, it's Glind.
Glind. Yeah.
Also, we get more of Goku saying Glorio's name wrong.
Yeah. And he's still
Which actually, even like later on, like somebody else I think calls him a different name. It's Glorio.
I love Aaron Discmuse. Just like he's annoyed, but he doesn't have enough fucks to give to be really annoyed.
Mm-hmm. Like it's mildly irritating, but not enough for him to give a shit.
Yeah, it would require like he's like, I don't have enough energy to be like annoyed to actually do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. So they get to the castle. Oh no, they're like going up to the castle, and they're like, "Oh, so what's this king guy like?" And Glorio's just like, "Oh yeah, he's your usual mafia boss piece of shit."
Yeah.
And then they get there, and it's just like, "Oh, Princess Pansy, you're here," and they're like, "Oh fuck, that's her dad."
Yeah. Yeah, I love that.
Whoops.
What is with Goku and running into royalty that like marries off his daughters, their daughters to him?
It's just one of those things that happens, man. He's an anime pro tag. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, the difference is Goku's like, oh, that sounds delicious. I'll go. Sure, let's do that.
Yeah, right. So we get the very classic OG Dragon Ball style, like, this is the guy you brought me. He's just a kid. Go fuck yourself.
And
And
then
then
Goku
Goku's just like, yeah, but I'm super strong. Like, here, let me prove it to you.
proceeds to
Very,
Goku.
very, very classic Dragon Ball. We got a really cool fight scene of just Goku just beating the shit out of this guy's whole militia.
What do you think of Stephanie Dodalmi's performance in this episode? I think she's starting to get it again.
Yeah, starting to get kind of back into the groove, for sure. I mean, and there's still moments where it's very aware, like, oh yeah, 20 years have gone by.
Oh yeah,
But overall, I'm really enjoying like having that again.
It's a nice like warm thing compared to like all the new talent in this series.
For sure. And I'm really curious, like who we're gonna get for some of the other actors, because I obviously like I know about a lot of the other characters coming up, and I'm really curious what like who they're gonna go with for some of these people. Oh, what was that one scene? Wasn't there a scene at one point where it was like some random like demon wet nurse that was like singing or like telling like reading a bedtime story to baby Dende?
Yeah.
And what's his name? It comes up out like the king guy. I forget his name. He comes up out of nowhere and he's just like, if you tell him stories like that, you'll stunt his growth. You got to put some feeling into it.
Yeah.
It's just super random. Like,
yeah, I'm like looking through some of the voice actors for this series, and it still amazes me how like legit, other than like Aaron Discmew and Stephanie Nadalmi, like none of them I know. That's like a lot of new talent in this.
Well, it's a great opportunity for them to do that, and voice acting has come so far since like the early 2000s.
Because Pansy's voiced by Veronica Laux, I think, or Luax. And she has also done. Oh, she's a character in Apothecary Diaries.
Oh,
neat. I don't know if we've encountered that character yet, so we'll wait and see.
Well, I have to imagine we have.
It looks like a character from season 2. I just can't remember who. Yeah,
maybe it's the new consort.
No. It looks like one of the ladies in waiting for one of the other consorts, but I can't exactly put my finger on which one.
Gotcha.
It is still weird though, like how the rest of the cast is currently sidelined. I know they're obviously going to appear at some point, but it's...
And we also we got introduced to another new character who you wouldn't know it by looking at him, but you are going to be seeing quite a bit of him as the story goes on. I'm blanking on his name, but the very goofy looking guy who wanted to get his hair done.
Let me see if he's listed.
I have to imagine he is. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name, but
yeah, behind the voice actors doesn't have a really great list right now.
Probably hard. It's probably hard for them with a show that's ongoing and only has a few episodes out so far.
True. Well, I think it's community based, but I don't really know.
But yeah, he's gets sent out to go and collect the other members of the group that were left on Kami's lookout. Which, by the way, he takes out this like dragon radar looking device, and he just pulls up a picture of Kami's lookout. Like, where is this database? Like, where is this information coming from?
God knows.
Like, how did these people know? Not only know where it is, but have an image of it.
This is like one of those Who Watches the Watchmen kind of thing, where I'm just like, it's like, do we really want to know?
I don't know. I don't know, but it was kind of bizarre.
I will say, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, we got a really, really fun fight scene of him just like destroying all these guys. We got our first Super Saiyan transformation, but it was literally just a split second, and then he reverted back.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, oh, like they're going for the tease, aren't they?
No, I think next episode is when we get our first like legitimate Super Saiyan transformation. um, but yeah, and that's pretty much it. They give them a new ship, and Pansy's like, "Well, I'm going too," and that's pretty much it.
It was like, I'm in the title, but the intro, I need to be here.
Yep. But all in all, it was a good episode. I enjoyed it a lot. It was
Stuff's
it kept
happening.
things moving along. We got some more adventure, which is always good. I'm a big fan of adventure. So
We got classic dumb Goku.
mhm.
I will say this is definitely going to be a show that's going to be better when it's fully released, to just
Yeah.
go from beginning to end.
For sure.
Like, this is a perfect show for marathon mode.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dragon Ball in general has kind of always been that way. That's why that's always been a feature on the DVDs and Blu-rays.
Oh, it's been a godsend with Attack on Titan. I will say that.
Oh, I'm sure. But those intros are so good.
Yeah, but I've heard it once. I don't have to listen to it every time.
Ah, man. Sasageyo, though, Bill. That's a good song.
I didn't realize the original iconic intro only plays for like 12 episodes, and then they immediately like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But there's like, it's the same group that does the like pretty much every opening except for like one of them. So like they pay homage to that in pretty much every opening, except I think for the season 4 part 2.
Gotcha. But yeah, Daima has been it's finally getting somewhere. That's
Mhm.
good.
Next episode is going to be a fun one.
Diama Time, as we've described it. I think that's their music we chose. Yeah. So episode
6, I believe.
6, I want to say, because I think 7 just came out dubbed. I want to say. Let me
I'm
double
pretty
check.
sure it's 6. Lightning is the title.
Yep, 6.
For obvious reasons once you watch it.
This is another episode where stuff happens, but not a lot of plot really moves forward.
Yeah, well, it keeps you interested with these kind of episodes because it's like you get a little bit of conflict between the characters, which is always fun. The episode starts with them crashing because, of course.
Yeah.
And while Pansy is trying to fix the plane, and apparently they have to dump a bunch of their equipment, which kind of sucks. But while she's fixing the plane, Goku's like, "I gotta take a shit."
Yeah.
So he goes off and poops in the bushes, and very conveniently timed, because that's when the gendarmerie show up, and they're like, "Hey, have you seen a kid with spiky hair and a red pole?"
Yeah.
Does all that shit. And this is also where you learn that the third demon world is like actually like the third world, because even the princess of the third world has to wear one of those fucking collars.
Yeah. I love the fact that like this whole serious thing's going on and Goku avoids it because he's taking a fucking dump.
Yeah, right. Just typical Goku.
I love the fact too that Pansy keeps commenting about how like there's no way you're actually an adult with children.
Or she's just like, "Oh yeah, I'm 82 years old." Like, what?
Yeah. It's like goofy
Wild.
shit like that.
It's like twice as old as Goku.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting thing though. They show up and then immediately leave just in time for Goku to come back.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very, very conveniently timed. And then there was also we also got a little bit more. Technically, this is lore that already existed, but this is the first time we're seeing it like in Dragon Ball series, where we learn where Glins come from.
Yeah.
They are born from trees. There are 5 Glin trees, and you're a sibling if you come from the same tree.
Yes.
So I don't know how often Glins are born, but it's a lot of. I mean, just from the ones we've met, like throughout Super and Z and everything, you know, we met quite a few.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like you just kind of don't think about it too hard because it's kind of like,
Because I'm pretty sure the regular Kais are also technically Glins. Because I mean, even because in Super, it was said that Zamasu was like he was like the King Kai. at
Yeah.
first, and then he got recruited to become the next Supreme Kai afterwards. So he was like King Kai level at first, and then he moved up. So supposedly King Kai and the other direction Kais and the Grand Kai are all also Glins.
Mm.
So they
Yeah,
must come from a different tree.
That's what I'd assume. It's like a weird, like, it's lore that we didn't really ask for, but it's cool that it's here, I guess.
Well, I mean, I like that we're getting more on the Kais in general because, I mean, as much as like there is something to be said for keeping certain things within a realm of mystery, like at this point, it's already been pretty well established that the only thing that really separates the Kais from the mortals is just that they live longer.
Yeah. It's
So
funny. It's funny too, because then like shortly after that, then we finally get we get the fight that's kind of been people have been waiting for since this kind of started.
Oh well, first we learn who Glorio is working for.
Right.
It turns out he's working for Arinsu, Supreme Kai's older sister.
Right. Yep. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Which at this point we have no idea what the motivations are for either Glorio or Arinsu. But we know that whatever Arinsu is doing, she's doing it behind Koma's back.
Yeah. You also get more Goku mistaking Glorio's name. And him just being very you can tell he's annoyed, but he just doesn't have the effort to really give a shit.
What do they call him this time? Like Guerrero?
Guerrero, yeah. I'm just waiting for Goku to call him Glory Hole at this point.
For real. It's right there. It's right there on the table. Like, you gotta do it. I mean, come on.
I do like though, because like right after this, then like he's so annoyed with Goku by this point, like in the very low energy annoyed way that like he's like, all right, tough guy, you want to fight? And he's like, you think you could beat me? And Goku's like, yeah, you don't look too hard.
He's like, yeah, honestly, like.
And we get a pretty cool fight. Like it's cool to finally see Goku actually have a challenge.
Yeah, it's really well animated, and like the choreography is used really, really well. We learned that Glorio's his special type of magic is lightning, which is actually pretty cool because I don't think we've ever really seen a character that uses lightning.
Not that I can remember, anyways.
At least not like explicitly. Like I think Zambasu used lightning once, but I don't think that was like oh, lightning is my thing. Like lightning is clearly Glorio's thing. So
yeah, I do like. It was kind of cool seeing like Kid Goku do like Z and Super style attacks like in a way that actually made sense, not like in GT where it was just kind of bullshit all the time.
Yeah, and I gotta say that has to be like one of the best Super Saiyan transformations. Like the one that he has in that fight. It's just like, I don't know, it's just something about the way that it's animated where like once he starts to transform, you kind of like see like, well, first of all, I mean, we've seen like the rocks like rising up around him and everything like that. We've seen that so many times, but just the way it's done this particular time. And then like the shifting of the hair, like how like the hair goes up and it's still black, and you kind of have like the reflection of the gold energy off the black hair, but then like it's slowly going, like it's not just like an instant like like instant gold. It's like a gradual change, and it's done so well.
Yeah, no, it was interesting how they did that too, and I love the fact too that we get more classic Goku holding back and just pissing off his opponents.
Yeah, he still only went regular Super Saiyan, so like he was severely holding back, and he still wiped the floor with him.
I just laugh because that's just like a thing Goku always does. He holds back, and then they're like, "You're holding back, you fucking asshole!" Like,
yep, yeah, that's about right.
And then it did not surprise me when Goku inevitably won that fight, and it's like, okay, yeah, Goku is still absurdly strong, even as a kid.
Yeah, it kind of feels like there's at points, where they do struggle against some enemies and stuff, but like for the most part, it's kind of hard to really see where the power dip is.
Because it seems like
still
turning
doing all the same kind of shit that they were doing before.
It seems like turning them to kids was more of just a minor inconvenience than anything at this point.
It was just like, oh no, I had to figure out my range again. Oh wait, I got it. I'm
Oh,
good.
I figured it out in an episode. Cool.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
And then
will
it's
say,
like, oh no, the air is thick. Oh, I got used to that too. I'm good.
yeah, it's like GT but better paced. I will say.
Yeah.
That and the fact that like there's at least a legitimate reasoning behind a lot of the stuff. But the only other thing that really happens in this episode is we get a quick peek at what's going on back with Bulma and everybody.
Yeah.
Where they're testing out their rocket, and it sort of starts to work, but then it immediately fails. And we kind of get left off there.
Did what's his face show up for them yet? Or I don't remember if that happened.
I don't believe so yet. I think it just kind of it ends with the ship crashing back down and Bulma being like, "What happened?" in a confused face.
Oh. Well, maybe he stopped to get his hair done on the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I think it was a fun episode.
Good fight.
Oh, and then the episode ends with Goku having to poop again.
Yeah, because need that humor. I'm not gonna lie, Stephanie Nadalny seems to like shift between being really on it and just kind of like sort of being on it from episode to episode.
Yeah, well, I mean, you also gotta figure she's super out of practice. It's not she's been voice acting other characters this whole time. Like she's pretty much when she lost the Goku role, she pretty much just stopped voice acting entirely.
Like it's not bad. It's just there will be points where like she kind of loses the voice, and I'll be like, "Oh, okay. Nope, it's back. Okay."
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely tell there's some wear and tear there, but I mean, part of it is also because she's a singer, and so while she hasn't been voice acting, she has been singing. So like, that's gonna wear on your voice after 15 years.
What I just find interesting is it's kind of a weird juxtaposition of like you have this classic familiar voice you're very familiar with, and you have a lot of new talent, and then you have like some like a couple regulars, like you got Aaron Discmu, who's like a voice that you're familiar with. It's an interesting like dub, I will say, overall at the moment.
He's like the oldest of the new guard.
Yeah, like he's been in the game for so long, but he's only been doing his current voice for a couple of years now.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say that, because like he was technically around like the early 2000s, but he was a kid, so he was practically like had a whole different vibe about his acting.
Yeah, he's one of those child voice actors who managed to stay in the game even after his voice dropped.
Which I'm happy, because I like a lot of the roles that he does. I mean, I actually got Cindy on watching Dr. Stone recently. He plays the main character in that, and I absolutely love him for that character.
He's just got such an iconic voice. Like, I mean, like the president in Kaguya-sama is like probably one of his best. His very small appearance in Fruit Baskets I love, just because that character fits that personality so well. Just a lot of fun stuff.
For sure.
But yeah, it's been interesting. The next episode I look forward to talking about, just because there's a line in that where like when I heard it, I was like, oh, that is amazing.
Well, I haven't heard it in English yet, so I don't know what it is.
I'll save it for next week. But there was a very good line that resonated with the fandom, we'll say. But yeah, that was Diama Time. It's going. It's picking up pace. It's just kind of one of those things where this is a series that I think is going to be much better watching when it's done, like from beginning to end.
Yeah, for sure. I think once the series wraps up, and like especially like if say like Alex watches through, or maybe definitely would like to have Jared on, because he's been watching week to week. It'd be good to just do like a general overview of the series as a whole.
Definitely,
once it's done.
I can definitely see that as a GNC. Getting Alex to watch it is probably up in the air right now, because I'm not sure if she's going to watch it before she watches OG Dragon Ball or not.
I don't think so. No, I think she is going to watch it before that. I doubt she's going to dive right into OG Dragon Ball after all that. No, Daima's much more reasonable. 20 episodes. It's That's pretty quick.
Yeah. Then I think she's going to be Dragon Balled out after she finishes Superhero.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was Diama. Another episode down. It's crazy we're already at 7. Diama Time. Let's get the music, but I can't remember which one it was. I think it's that. Yeah, that'll work. So we were going to do a twofer this time because we skipped last week, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, I guess Cindy was with us, and she hasn't watched any of it yet. So.
Right. And that would be, we'd be covering episodes 6 and 7, I believe.
7 and 8.
7 and 8, right.
Yeah, 6 was the one where Goku fought Glorio.
Right. Oh yeah, so it's interesting how like episode 7 is another episode where not a lot happens, but the things
a lot of getting in and out of the plane.
Yeah, like the things that do happen are pretty significant.
Mm.
Like we get Goku not getting caught because he's like, oh right, I can instant transmission. This thing that I haven't mentioned that I can do.
Which is fun because that's an automatic like, take that GT, because he couldn't teleport as a kid in GT.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting. We got one of my favorite lines in the entire anime so far, which is fucked up because it's kind of sad. Where it's Pansy, right? Is her name?
Mm-hmm.
Where Pansy's like, how are you a father? And he's like, oh, I wasn't really involved. I'm just like,
yeah, I know.
How accurate, Goku? How accurate?
Really? I had one of my favorite lines of this episode too.
Which one was that?
We managed to avoid them last time because Goku was off in the bushes pinching off a loaf.
Yeah, that's what I heard that and I was like, okay. I'm like, okay. Also, we had some brief shenanigans with Bulma and company where they're still trying to get the plane to work.
Yeah, I like Vegeta's kid voice in this.
It's pretty good because it doesn't bother me like some of the other choices because we never heard Vegeta's younger voice unless you count that grunt he makes in like the beginning of Super that like was like 3 seconds. But
well, I mean, we've heard a little bit through the years, but this was also like a lot of that was like back in the early days when Sabat hadn't really gotten his Vegeta voice like to what it is now. So it was still very much this kind of voice.
Yeah, it was still very much.
So
I don't know what I'm doing with this character yet.
Yeah. I like Piccolo's voice too, honestly. I feel like both of them got very fitting voice actors for their roles.
Yeah. It's honestly only like Krillin and like Bulma and stuff that kind of annoy me just because, well, Bulma's isn't bad. We technically had young Bulma, so we knew that voice, but I know what's her name's never coming back, so.
Yeah, well, Krillin's voice even though he only had like 2 lines, it still bothered me because that's one of those iconic like nostalgic voices for me.
I'm actually sitting here wondering why they even gave half the characters voices at all, considering how pointless they are in the show.
Yeah, and spoilers, you're not going to see them again.
That's fun.
So
that was a fun 2 seconds. I
Yeah.
hope those actors got paid.
probably like $2 each.
Power Rangers. They got paid Power Rangers salaries.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, Power Rangers did not get paid well at all in the early days.
So yeah, it's a whole lot of getting in out of planes because they ended up getting pulled over by the gendarmerie again.
Yeah, and Goku's just trolling them at this point.
Yeah, and he just completely like throws loops around them, and they want to take Pansy anyway, even though they don't find Goku because they suspect that she was the masked kid who threw the smoke grenade or whatever the fuck that was. Which I mean they are right, but that's the point where they're like, all right, I guess we got to kick their asses after all. So. Which I was going to say, like, first of all, I like that we're actually seeing Supreme Kai throw hands because we've never really seen that before. And also, like, I know we kind of got a little bit of a showcase of what Glorio's deal is with like the lightning and everything. But seeing him utilize it, like he kind of like charged up his fist and did like a taser punch kind of situation. Like I like that. I like that idea for like a fighting style. Like that's really cool.
Yeah. Now it was honestly the thing that I like about Daima, especially compared to GT, because it's the most obvious comparison. The fact that Goku doesn't solve every problem here. He's like Goku is like literally the last resort a lot of the times in these episodes.
Yeah, everyone who's in this show gets a chance to shine.
Yeah, because GT literally became the Goku show after like 3 episodes because he literally did everything in that show.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, there was a little. I mean, Trunks and Pan had a little bit of their thing in GT, but for the most part, yeah, it was Goku.
Trunks and Pan were there, but did they really do anything?
I mean, considering Trunks never surpassed regular Super Saiyan and Pan never even got that, yeah, they don't really do much.
And Goku's already like fucking like, once he learns Super Saiyan 4, the show's over. That's like, yeah. Yeah, and this one though, they're much more subdued about it, like which I like, especially because it gives us more. I'm sorry, I was just distracted by Twitter being like, "Hey, want to chat? You can talk to Gronk." I'm just like, go away, Twitter. Go away. I'm not doing that.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know why that just completely took me out of it, but okay.
So, yeah, they kick their asses, but their plane gets damaged. But hey, there's still a gendarmerie plane left, and it's the newest one. Like, the newest possible model. So it's like, oh, great, we got an upgrade. We just got to get another new pin number for Warp.
Let me guess. Just this isn't really a spoiler, but I'm wondering how many planes do they go through? Is this like a running gag throughout the entire series?
I mean, at this point, it already is a running gag.
But does it keep going? Like
I don't remember. I know they continue to use planes. I just don't remember if it's this one.
I'm just like, is this just going to be the joke every episode they get a new plane?
Well, I mean, I did tell you a few episodes ago that this was going to be something that we're going to see for a bit.
True. The only other major plot point in this one is they reveal like Pansy's got one of the necklaces, like the control necklaces or whatever. Yeah. And we find out that Supreme Kai, Supreme Kai, right?
Yeah.
He can remove them because they're the same. They were created. It was because they were created by his sister, right?
Yes, his older sister. Yeah, because apparently Catching Tight, or in the original Z-dub, they called it Kachin. I think in Super they called it Kachin. They keep changing the name. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's all the same material though, or maybe it's like different, or maybe it's different temperaments of the same material. I'm not sure. But either way, it either originates in the Demon Realm or in Universe 7. We're not sure because they keep changing it. But so yeah, for whatever reason, Glins know how to just shatter it. So that's what he does, and now Pansy's free of her collar. Also, we learned Supreme Kai's real name.
Yeah, like of all times, like now they give him one.
Yep, his name is Nahare.
I totally didn't forget that until you just said it.
Oh, don't worry about it, because I had to watch this episode a couple times, both in Japanese and English, before I remembered it. So
it's all right. I've gone through a lot of the series thinking Glorio's name is Glory Hole, so
yeah. So did Goku.
Goku's doing it on purpose at this point, I swear.
He's definitely trolling him for sure.
What do you think of Stephanie's performance in this episode?
I mean, it was pretty good. I mean, see, I'm still hearing the differences, but I mean, she's definitely getting back into the swing of it.
She's for the most part there. Sometimes she'll lose the inflection, and it will sound odd, but for the most part, she's got the sound right.
Yeah, it seems like sometimes her voice, the Goku voice, just kind of gives up.
Yeah, and she gets like really like nasally at times. That's been like the most noticeable points for me.
Yeah,
but
which is a little disappointing, but I mean, you can't really hold it against her since she hasn't really voice acted in like 15 years.
Then she's like 15 years older. Your voice is going to sound different.
But it also is different. Like if you're consistently doing voice work, like for years and years and years, like you're gonna have it better than somebody who did it for 10 years and then didn't do it for 15.
True. I mean, even people that do it consistently, though. I mean, look at Cynthia Kranz. Like, look at early Chi-Chi compared to Chi-Chi now. It's like night or day.
Sure.
Or even like Botan compared to like those Botan's appearance in those OVAs, where it's like, oh yeah.
I still haven't seen those.
I've seen clips of them. I haven't watched them in full because I don't know where they are. Because I don't think
you can probably get them physical.
Yeah, I think so.
I haven't looked into it. I have the old OVAs. Like Nightmare Hakusho and shit. Like, that was weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen those, but yeah, pretty weird. UK has this weird like nightmare sequence where he's married to Botan. It's bizarre.
Is that a nightmare or is that just?
You see that's where a lot of people get a little confused there because
Keiko's just
see it that way.
Keiko's just as scary. I mean, Keiko's arguably more scary than Botan when you think about it.
Yeah, this is true. Botan's at least bubbly.
Yeah, Botan's fun. Keiko doesn't do anything.
Yeah, she cries and says Yusuke.
Gets the shit kicked out of her in that one episode. Just the favorite gif in the show. Gets the shit kicked out of her by Yusuke of all characters.
Yeah, right. Back to Daima. Aside from that, they get the new plane and they head off and they go to the Tamagami. But we also get a little bit with what was his name? Oh, I remembered it earlier. The guy that the king sent.
Yes, I can't remember his name.
I forget his name again. Oh well. Anyway, the guy that had a hot date, which he was totally lying about.
Yeah.
He is pretty much he's escorting them back or whatever, and he talks to the king over the phone, and he's like, "Oh, like, can I get a pizza?" He's like, "Yeah, whatever." He's like, "Yeah, I want one with worms." The king's like, "Whatever, I'll get you all the pizzas you want. Just do the thing." He's like, "I can't see why I would want more than one pizza."
Yeah, I love
I love like the flat delivery with that character. Like,
Diamond's got some good sarcastic humor, I've noticed.
Yeah, for sure. I'm all here for it. I'm having a great time with the show.
I just couldn't get over the the Goku line. Like, how did you raise a kid? He's like, I wasn't really involved. It's like,
It's about right. It's about right. But yeah, we'll move into the next episode, Tamagami, where we get our first the fight with Gloria was more of a sparring match. This is the first legitimate fight that we've had, and it goes by very quickly.
I did like the guy because they're searching for the Dragon Balls. I forgot that was a plot point.
Yeah,
because we've spent
they kind of did too.
We've spent 6 episodes doing fucking nothing. But yeah, the fight was pretty good. I like the guy he fought, the robot guy.
Tamagami number 3, which it's just Tamagami 3. I'm pretty sure that they're numbered by their strength, so I'm fairly certain this is the weakest one, considering Goku only went to Super Saiyan 2 to beat him, even in his kid form, which kind of makes you question some things, because they made it a point of saying that Deborah couldn't beat any of the Tamagami, and Deborah is canonically as strong as Super Perfect Cell.
Toriyama forgot. Anyways,
so I don't know. It's just one of those things.
Toriyama, when he was writing, he would always see canon and proof of things, and he'd just go, and would just write what he felt like. Well, this
just further accentuates my theory that this is just one of the time rings. All of the sequels are just different time rings.
Yeah, that's a good theory, honestly. Like, GT is one of them. This is one of them. The fun part is the one that's the actual canon one is whichever one you feel like.
Pretty much, and that's kind of like how you have. I look at Dragon Ball as Dragon Ball is like the DC universe of anime. It's like they're just constantly rebooting it, and it doesn't matter. Like, sometimes they say it's connected, but it's not. Don't worry about it. It's only connected when they want it to be.
To be fair, DC has only rebooted twice, despite what people say. I just want to put that out there.
Just saying.
And technically the second reboot was undone, so they only rebooted once.
Look, with all the times Flash is going back in time and fucked the timeline, like.
Well, see, they've the best part about DC now is they've adopted like the sliding scale timeline that Marvel has, where if something doesn't make sense in the canon, well, who cares, and move on.
Yeah, well, again, that's exactly where Dragon Ball is at. That's where the
point,
parallel.
yeah.
That's the parallel I'm seeing here. Excuse me.
I think DC's new model is like everything's canon. It just accept.
So I think it's one of those things where like Super is like the official sequel to like the only things that are like legitimate canon, like this is the baseline, are Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Everything after that is whatever one you like the best, that's the canon one.
Which I think the majority of people would say Super, but don't quote me on that because I don't really know.
Based on what I've seen online, that seems to be the consensus. But I mean, I feel like this is like the perfect continuation. But we'll have more things to say when we get towards the end. I'm assuming you've still stayed spoil free.
Yeah, I haven't. Somehow I have not been. I've been spoiled by fucking solo leveling more than I haven't even seen a Diama thing pop. Well, I saw one pretty big one that was kind of unavoidable, but it doesn't really spoil anything other than a certain form appears later in the series. But yeah.
How do I phrase this? Which character does it involve?
I honestly don't remember because I kind of saw it and clicked away real fast. So
okay,
I don't really remember which one it was, whoever it was. So that leads me to believe it wasn't Goku.
Okay.
Either way, I don't want to say too much. It doesn't matter because I clicked away fast enough and I already forgot most of what I saw. So
okay, I banished it from my mind. Anyways, so yeah,
it was more. I typed in Diama on Google and the first thing that popped up, I went, "Whoa, nope, didn't see that." And this was like,
"Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that."
I learned after that.
Look, I gotta tell you, like, I know we keep getting sidetracked from the actual content of the episode, but I can't tell you how many times I've wanted to comment on Diama stuff on Facebook, and I stop myself because I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm friends with Bill on Facebook. He's gonna see this if I comment on it." I can't do that. Fuck.
To be fair though, my fucking Facebook AI that like, cause Facebook's what it shows you is they're definitely data mining your phone because like all the shit I see is all stuff I happen to search like recently. So, but I did enjoy the little game that they make Goku play to get the Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Well, they had the little fight, which was really well animated. I even though it went by really fast, it was like what, like a 7-minute fight at most.
Yeah.
We actually got to see him utilizing the power pole in like a serious fight in Super Saiyan, no less, which you'd never seen.
Yeah, because I always forget the power pole. Once he fucking goes up to the tower, it just goes away.
He breaks that big ass hammer in half with it.
Yeah, he did. I'm like, what is that thing made of? So
magic.
Strong. Roshi's using it as a fucking drying towel rack.
Well, that's always been a thing with the power pole. Like, everyone always underestimates it, but it always ends up being like the strongest weapon.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they had their fight, and it's very well animated. We got another very, very cool Super Saiyan transformation. A much more flashy one than the last one. But
another classic case of Goku holding back and getting called out for holding back.
Yep. And yeah, so the fight goes by pretty quick, and then the Tamagami does like a where's the cup kind of deal with him.
You know, that was a cool scene, but I predicted that like the second I saw him, like it's not under one of those, it's somewhere else.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious.
I love when they show how he did it to it. He just throws it like,
yep. It's just
no one will see this.
It's just floating above the restaurant owner's head, like
they're all like, what?
Which the dangos that they were eating before the fight, they all had mouths. I don't know what to think about that.
Goku will eat anything, so
So yeah, they get through that whole bit, and they're like, "All right, we're off to go to the second Tamagami." And then you see Tamagami 3 in the background, like doing a Kamehameha, like he's like copying the Kamehameha. Like, it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So then we get a flash to Goma because they're still looking at Buu Saga footage for some reason.
Oh yeah, them. I was like, oh right, there were villains in this show.
Yeah, they're still looking at footage from the Buu Saga for some reason.
You know what's really funny? When they popped up, my brain literally went, "Who are the?" I'm like, "Oh right,
right, the bad guys,
the guys who are the reason this entire thing's happening." Them. I've completely forgot they were here.
You know what's really funny is like you never forgot about like the Pilaf crew when they were the main villains, but these guys,
because the Pilaf crew was memorable. These guys are just here.
Well, at this point, I'm just sick of evil Kais or Glins, I guess, whatever.
True. Well, the Pilaf gang was charming because of how pathetic they were.
Yes. But yeah, they're watching the Buu Saga footage, and they're like, "Oh wait, I see something in the background." And it turns out Aryan Su was there during the Buu stuff, and she stole some Buu bits, which yeah, she goes to a magical Majin witch, who turns out is the one who created Majin Buu in the first place.
Lore.
Because apparently Bibbidi was a hack, and he had to hire a witch to make Buu. Big shocker there.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Turns out Bibbidi was incompetent. Who would have guessed it?
That's why he gets taken out by his creation instantly.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So this is where we learned that Aryan Su is trying to get this magical witch to essentially make a new Buu. So that's kind of where we leave off.
Did we get a clip of Bulma and the gang again, or?
Yeah, they had arrived in the demon realm, and when they got in contact with the king, they're like, "Hey, Goku beat the guy. We're popping bottles and drinking and having a good time. You guys should just go to a motel for the night."
Right, yeah. They're really the butt monkeys of this show right now.
And it was weird because the episode ended with like Vegeta like demanding like an answer about something from the guy who's chauffeuring them. And the dude's just like, "I don't see why I should answer when you're being so fucking rude." And then Vegeta's like, "I'm sorry, sir. Will you please tell me the thing I want to know?" And then the episode ends.
Yeah.
Like right there.
I did enjoy
weird spot to end it.
Yeah, that seems to be Dima's thing. I did enjoy the bickering between Kid Bulma and Kid Vegeta. It's just funny.
Yep.
Especially with everything we know about them by this point. It's just like, this is just funny.
Oh, there's some more fun stuff later on, I promise you.
I can imagine. But yeah, Diama, things are happening. Slow and steady, but things are finally happening.
They're on their way to Tamagami number 2.
It'll be a much better show once it's done. Alex will probably have a much better time watching it, like in one go.
Well, yeah, it's 20 episodes. 20 episodes versus almost 300.
Well, that and just the fact that watching the show week by week is kind of boring. You really need to watch it in like a long form binge.
I mean, yeah, that's how I would have preferred to watch. Well, I mean, it's one of those things. It's a double-edged blade, really. Because it's the same thing with how you watched Attack on Titan with how I watched Attack on Titan. Like, I watched it weekly, you watched it all at once. And I feel like with a show like Attack on Titan, watching it weekly is actually good because it gives you time to really... Because there's so much in every episode. Like, it gives you time to absorb each thing and create theories and talk about it with people every week. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. Like, Attack on Titan, stuff happens every episode. Diama, it don't happen till episode 4.
Yeah. Well, I have to watch every new Dragon Ball series.
I know.
As it comes out because I get spoiled. Otherwise, I get spoiled if I don't watch it like within the first 3 hours of it being out.
Fair. I mean, I still say you can get spoiled anywhere because I mean I got Oshinoko spoilers in the fucking Formula One subreddit. So
so yeah,
but,
that was Diama for the week. It was episodes 7 and 8.
Diama Time.
Mm-hmm.
Things are happening again.
Indeed.
So we're now on episode 9 of 20.
Yeah, we kind of got like a 3-act thing with this episode.
Mm.
And it was funny too because each act was shorter than the last. So it was like the first act was like 10 minutes, the second act was like 7, the third act was like 3. But
I will say the opening setup to this one was so fucking predictable.
Yeah.
It's like,
well, I mean, they've done this kind of thing before, so
yeah. They're staying in a sketchy hotel, and Goku leaves the bag unattended. Wonder what's gonna happen here.
Well, I love like how it starts is like because I'm just decided like, oh, we're gonna go sleep at a hotel, and she shoves like this Pansy shoves this like bear hat on Goku's head to like hide his hair. And almost immediately after they walk in, he takes it off and is instantly recognized.
See, that just reminded me of the scene in Super where he's like working as a security guard and like Chi-Chi has him all like slicked back, and then he like just like flexes and rips the suit and he's just like, fuck this, and just leaves. And I'm like, yeah, that's what that reminded me of this.
And then we go through another whole like Goku doesn't bathe situation where Pansy takes a bath and she's like, all right, Goku, you're up. He's like, I don't really do that. And then she calls him a dingus.
Yeah, dingus. That was like a word I was like, I never expected to it was like, that's a word I never expected to hear in a Dragon Ball dub, but here we are.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things. The way it happens too is I think it was like I only came with the clothes I'm wearing. And she's like, oh, you can wear some of mine instead. And he goes, I don't know how I feel about wearing panties.
Yeah. And she's like, no, you fucking dingus. I was like, yep, let's go. I swear to God, Goku like regresses like into, I guess he's younger now, so I guess that makes sense, but
yeah, I mean, technically he does have an adolescent brain at the moment, so
yeah, it's just sometimes
I'm like, you can make an argument. It makes a little bit more sense that it doesn't Super, at least.
When did the no bathing thing happen? Because I swear to God, he bathed in Z multiple times.
I mean, that was a thing like early OG Dragon Ball, like episode 2 or 3. Because Bulma had to like physically give him a bath because he's like, oh, I've never done that.
Right, that's true. Yeah, it's just weird that like it's like they're bringing that up again now. I'm like, I don't think he just forget that he spent like all these years as an adult.
I mean, he definitely does take baths because we've seen him. I mean, he takes a bath with Goten and Trunks at the end of Z.
Yeah, and multiple times like when he was at home, like because they had the bathtub outside the house.
Yeah, he's like, like a burn barrel. He like takes baths in burn barrels outside. He's got like a fire underneath the barrel and just chills. Yeah,
he just cooks himself because he can't.
Pretty much. Oh, and there was that one time he hung out in the hot springs at Princess Snake's place.
Yeah. So that line really confused me when I heard it. I was just like, okay.
Well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of those scenes were filler anime scenes. Because if I'm really racking my brain, I think the only bath we see him take in the manga is that first one, when Bulma freaks out about his tail and shit.
Dragon Ball. Anyways.
But it's been a while since I read the manga, so I can't say for sure. But yeah, so we go through that whole bit, and they're just like, all right, we should get some sleep. Like, let's take turns, like, keeping watch. And Goku's like, no, I'll be fine. I got plenty of sleep on the plane. I'll just stay up. You guys sleep. And predictably, he still falls asleep.
Yeah, almost immediately.
Oh wait, that happened after the.
Oh yeah. So the thieves, the thieves steal the ball before that, and it's pretty much like a case where like they steal it and run off, and they're like, "Yay, the perfect crime!" And then Goku like immediately finds them.
Yep. And I feel like he struggled a little bit more than he should have to get it back.
I don't think he was trying very hard. I think he was just kind of like, give it back. And they're like, no. And he's like, please. He's like, all right, fine. I guess we'll do this the hard way.
Oh, the thieves, like one of them was like a pterodactyl man. And the other one was like, he was like a blue Majin, but he was also a werewolf. You could just shift into werewolf form.
I like how the pterodactyl one tries to fly away with it too. And then like Goku just flies up. He's like, can I please have that back? And the guy's like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they go through that whole bit. We go through the whole Goku falling asleep when he was supposed to be on watch bit, which, you know, very predictable. I don't think anybody thought that he was actually going to be awake that whole time. But it was fine because nothing happened. And then,
and then they finally meet up with the other gang who have been struggling to get here this whole time.
Yes, but we get another beat of, oh no, somebody stole our plane. Only this time it's Vegeta's group that had that plane stolen. Because Vegeta also beat up a bunch of random people while trying to have his dinner.
See, Vegeta, it's more expected if you're anything.
I mean, to be fair, in Vegeta's case, that dude threw that punch first. Like,
true.
Vegeta did not hit first here. Although I will say that first guy who throws a shot at him, I'm pretty sure Vegeta punched him in the dick.
That wouldn't surprise me.
That's the way it looked. Because I watched this episode a few times. Like I watched it last week when it came out, and then I also watched it today, and then also when it came out originally in Japanese. And every single time I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he just punched him right in the crotch.
One thing I did find funny too is like I love the little like guide that they have in their group.
Oh, Hybus.
Yeah, he's fun.
Yeah, he's pretty great. You want to play zombie game?
Yeah. And like he's like, all right, I guess I'll eat bag of chips while you guys go find the car.
Yep.
Also, I love the fact that when Goku and Party like are like, all right, we gotta go. It's like, oh yeah, you guys can't come with us. There's not enough room in the car. Bye.
Yeah. I love the little sideways remark Piccolo makes where he's just like, if we had brought Kabuto instead, we could have just teleported. And Bulma gives him like the death stare.
Yeah. I will say...
we also had Bulma freak out a little bit over Hybus's belt.
Yeah, that was cool. I will say they definitely get a bit more in the next episode that I found. Their scene in the next episode is probably more entertaining. This one's more just kind of like a gag on the fact that it's like they're like always constantly like one step behind what Goku's doing.
Yep. They're just like, yeah, well, we don't have room, so you guys can catch up with us again later.
I love how they're like, you don't need your fucking luggage. Give us room. And they're like, well, no, bye.
Yeah, well, I think what Glorio says is, I think we need our rations and our tent more than we need you. Which is savage.
The only other thing that really happens in this episode is we get some more demon shenanigans with Marba, I think is her name.
Yes.
And they create a new Majin Buu, basically.
Majin Ku. How do you feel about Majin Ku's design?
It's very Toriyama. He's green now.
But he's part Cyberman.
Yeah, that's true.
So he's got like a part Kid Buu, part Cyberman type of look.
See, my whole thing with this is I'm just like I'm sensing a pattern here because it's like we had a Frieza come back, and then we had a new Cell, and now we're getting a new Buu.
I like the new Buu. The new Buu is cool. Oh yeah, we got a new Broly too.
Yeah. We still got to see what this new Buu does, but for now, at least it looks like it's going to be an interesting take where, I mean, you've seen the show, so you probably know more in advance, but it looks like it's actually going to listen to its creator.
Yeah, it can communicate verbally, so that's something for sure.
Yeah, so we'll
also just the casual reveal that Cybermen are actually from the demon realm, and we sell them to outsiders, and that's why I don't have that many left. So now we know where the Saiyans got the Cybermen. They weren't developed by them. They just bought them from the demon realm.
You know what this means now, though? It means rather than saying Toriyama forgot, our new excuse can just be it came from the demon world.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everything that doesn't make sense in Dragon Ball, you can just be like, oh, demon world.
Pretty much, yeah. It's kind of wild how much can be waved away by Demon World now.
It's almost like Toriyama was like, he's like, this will explain everything, so that they
well,
can't...
the I think his name is Akio Ioku, one of the main showrunners for Daima.
Mhm.
He pretty much blatantly said in an interview recently that this is a continuation of Z as opposed to like a sequel the way Super was. So this is like, well, no, it's more of a continuation of the manga. So this is like actually like if you're gonna say these are the 3 sequel shows, which one's the canon one? Daima's the one.
I'm not sure how everyone's going to feel about that.
I guess it depends on the person, because I've seen a lot of hate for Daima online.
Well, I think it's just because so many people got invested in Super.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny because before Daima happened, everyone was bitching about Super.
Well, that's how it works.
Yeah. But everyone still loves to dump on GT, though.
To be fair, though, GT has a lot of fuel for that.
I mean, you can make an argument for all 3 series that there's ups and downs for all 3 of them.
True. The thing about GT is, for the most part, there's only like a handful of ideas in that people say they would have liked to be preserved, but for the most part, most people are okay with it not being canon.
Gotcha. But yeah, so yeah, we get Majin Ku, and he's gonna go fight Tamagami number 1, while all of our heroes are on their way to go fight Tamagami number 2.
Yes. Yeah. Plot's happening finally. The next episode, I will say, I watched yesterday, and I'm looking forward to talking about that one.
Yeah.
But
well, based on the idea we had for next week's episode, we might have to skip over again and do a double the following week.
True.
So
we'll see.
But I think that will work out with the episodes coming up. So
fair. Yeah, Diama Time. What's our music again? I think it's... Yeah, that works.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
So episodes 10 and 11. We're halfway there.
Yeah, we're doing it, guys. We're doing it.
The Vegeta team's finally doing stuff.
They finally met up with the main team. So once again, we're keeping up with the trend, right? So Vegeta's team lose their ship. They get it back. And then Goku's crew immediately gets their ship eaten. So now they're switching planes yet again.
There's also a moment in episode 11 that I thought was very hilarious, just for the irony of it, but we'll get to that when we get there. I love the navigator that Bulma's team has.
Hibis. Yeah,
Hibis.
I love his fucking his very dry delivery.
Yeah,
with a lot of the jokes and shit. I love where he's having the whole argument with Vegeta. He's like, oh, he's talking to Bulma, and he's like, oh, you want to be my girlfriend? And he's like, that's my wife. He's like, I can share.
Yeah, Vegeta gets so mad.
And she's like, oh, can I just stay a kid and you can be an adult? He's like, no, we're gonna do it together. And he's just like,
yeah, I love how Vegeta's
insistent about it. You must be a boob guy.
Yeah, I loved Vegeta's reaction. He's like, no, that's weird. We're not doing that.
It's so funny
because Vegeta is a normal person.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I just love Hibis's shenanigans. It's pretty great. There's a lot of classic Toriyama DNA in these episodes, especially the fight between Majin Ku and Tamagami number 1. There's a lot of very classic Toriyama shenanigans in that. Which, now that you've had a little bit of time with him, how do you feel about Majin Ku as a character?
I find it interesting that he definitely has there's more going on with him than Boo at that point, character wise. He feels kind of nerfed at the moment. But I also don't know if that's just power scaling. Dragon Ball power scaling will be weird right now.
Well, I think that was just an excuse to because Toriyama's rule of thumb is introduce people in pairs. So
True.
he has Kuj thrown in, and they're like, oh, we got a brand new Majin Buu essentially, and he's like a Majin Buu Cyberman hybrid. He's gonna go and be the super strong guy, and then he ends up kind of falling short. Like he's still tough, but like they held back on the Buu essence because they didn't want him to go out of control like Buu did. So he's a lot more mild mannered and like intelligent, but he's not quite as strong. So then they're like, okay, well that didn't work, so we're just gonna go ahead and make another one.
Yeah, and
So
this one is
more Boo than Cyberman this time, and it shows. He's definitely more Boo than Cyberman.
His crazy freak out, they get very scared, and I'm just like, yep, this is going exactly as I expected.
But like I love we've barely seen much of it at this point in the series, but I love Ku and Doo's relationship. Like they're like the little brotherly bond thing they have going on. It's really fun.
Yeah, I also like the whole fact that like these guys they made them younger to avoid having issues with them, but then they're immediately showing up. They're like, what? They're like, oh great, this completely didn't help at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole like setup for this was just what's his name, Goma, just being like, oh, these guys are so strong. What if they invade? I'm gonna go there and turn them into kids, and be like, well, guess what? Now they have a reason to go there. Like they forgot that the demon realm existed after they killed Deborah, so like they don't give a shit. So if you hadn't done that, they never would have bothered you.
Yeah, you really should not have poked the bear that is Goku's curiosity and Wilt wanting to fight, because now he's just gonna do it out of principle.
Mm-hmm. And as soon as he heard there was a new set of Dragon Balls to collect, he's like, ooh, that's fun.
And he's not even really into the Dragon Balls. He just wants to beat shit up because this is Goku we're talking about.
Yeah. I think it's a little column A, little column B, because I think he's been missing the fun Dragon Ball collecting adventures as well. Like,
well, because they
gotten too easy over the years.
Oh yeah, because he can get them in a day, realistically, if he wants now. As Pansy said, how was he a father? And as Goku said, I wasn't really involved.
So yeah,
just
they're flying along and like they're talking to Supreme Kai about like, oh, it must be nice to be home and blah blah blah. And then he's like, oh, are there still Krakens here? Because the second demon, we didn't mention, the second demon world is pretty much like all ocean with like a couple like planets like kind of floating around. And he's like, oh, are there still Krakens here? And then like immediately one pops up and eats their ship.
Yeah. Yeah, sure did.
And like I know it was kind of like a minor thing, but I also really liked like when Pansy ran back into the plane to get the Dragon Ball, like Glorio's reaction to that, like even though like it set him up to be kind of like an undercover kind of like, I'm working for the bad guy here, really, but like I'm stringing you guys along, like you can already tell like he's warmed up to them a lot. Like he was showing like real concern about Pansy's situation there, so
he showed an emotion that wasn't indifference
or annoyance.
Yeah, or mild annoyance, because even then he still isn't that annoyed.
Yeah, good old Gorillo.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for him to call him Glory Hole at one point.
I'm pretty sure literally every single episode that he's been in, he at one point or another he says it's Glorio.
Yeah,
every time. Even when Bulma's just like, hey, what's your name again? It's Glorio.
Yeah.
He's almost as catchphrase at this point.
He's almost as bad. Like they're almost as bad as how Jinwoo is with remembering shit and solo leveling.
But so yeah, they're like, all right, so we don't have a plane, so we're just gonna wait for them to come by. We're just gonna go park our asses over on the original Namekian planet.
Yeah,
and
then what's his name shows up?
Neva.
He's in it. There's more going on with that guy, I swear.
Oh, anyways,
that was my guess. That was what I thought.
So yeah, he pops up and he's feigning.
The senile act is not fooling anybody at this. Well, it's not fooling Piccolo.
Yeah, and I love that when he starts doing the whole thing, he starts singing the OG Dragon Ball theme song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is just hilarious. I think that's like it's a callback to OG, but it's also kind of a callback to Super when Goku was singing Chala Head Chala.
Yeah.
Which I thought was pretty fun.
I like how they acknowledge too that Piccolo is not technically the original Piccolo. He's Piccolo Jr. technically.
Well, the father he kept referring to was actually the father of the nameless Namekian.
Well, yeah.
Who sent the egg out into space.
Yeah.
Which I think this is the first time Katas has been brought up since Guru.
Probably.
Yeah, we had another like one of those weird like, oh, this seems like home situation, which you already did when he went dynamic. So I don't know. It was kind of weird.
That was so long ago, though. I mean, do the kids remember that at this point? Toriyama probably doesn't remember that. Well, didn't remember that at the time.
Yeah, that's true. So we get a little history lesson here, and it kind of a little confusing because Supreme Kai is going into like all this detail about like, well, first of all, apparently all of the universes originated from the Demon Realm. So the Demon Realm is the original plane of existence, which I find a little confusing because why would it be called the Demon Realm if it was just this is just what there is?
The entire thing, like when I got this plot thing, my entire thought process was, this is one of those things that we're not supposed to think too hard about, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's another one of those things that kind of throws a huge wrench into the whole "this is connected to Super" thing, because it's like, oh, the highest like the highest being of creation that created all the universe. I forget the name. It was Rimus. I think it was Rimus. It was like the Great Lord Rimus or whatever. Created all the universes and then set the Glins out to be Supreme Kai and look over the universes. But then in Super, it's like, no, the highest being is Zeno. So it makes me wonder, like, is Zeno like Primus's kid? Because I mean, they do look kind of similar a little bit, like not like identical, like, but they look similar enough where like Zeno could be his kid in a way. So
I don't know if we'll ever get an answer.
Well, we're definitely never going to get an answer. At least not an answer that people will ever accept because Toriyama's no longer with us. So
true.
But let's be real. Like, even if he was still with us, he would just make up the answer on the spot. So that was kind of his MO.
I'm pretty sure he created the Demon World just as an excuse for anything that doesn't make sense. You could just say, well, it came from the Demon World.
Yeah.
That seems to be the new answer to all the fucking questions we have in this world.
Yeah. But then, like, the weird thing where it's like, oh, is this connected to Super or not? Like, when he's telling that whole story and saying, like, oh, yeah, he sent all of us Glins out to be Supreme Kai and all this stuff. And it shows all the Supreme Kai that we saw in Super. So it's like, I don't know what to think at this point. You know? That's why I look at it. This is separate from Super. Like, yeah, there are some connecting tissues, but it's not connected at all.
That's why I'm kind of getting on your time ring theory, where like all the different time rings of the different universes.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just makes too much sense now at this point.
There's also spoiler warning. There's going to be something in the next episode that already kind of shoots Super in the foot. So
yeah, I'm convinced these are separate universes just entirely.
Yeah. I mean, even just the fact that Supreme Kai isn't a fused being anymore, like from the very first episode, and they unfused in a completely different way. So it's like already, it's like, yeah, this isn't. That's what I was gonna say. Like, if any of them is like a true continuation, it's probably this one, even though Super is the more accepted one.
I'm gonna say it's at this point now, where now that we have like multiple timelines, it's gonna be just one of those cases of whichever one you like is the future you can accept. I feel bad for the GT fans because that doesn't go very far, but
so where do we leave off? Yeah, so basically Neva's like, yeah, so I want to go with you guys, and they're like, no. There's no
This
room.
this was the scene that made me laugh so hard because like they wouldn't let the rest of them join because there wasn't going to be enough room, and then this guy's like very unconvincing, like please, and they're like okay, fine.
Well, I mean, he did make a good point. He's like, you need to be able to know Namekian to make the wish in the first place.
Yeah,
And I'm the only one here who knows how to speak the language.
yeah. I
So
did.
if you don't take me, you don't get your wish.
What was that language that Piccolo and Kami were speaking in the tournament in original
Namekian.
Dragon Ball? Okay, so it's bullshit. Let's okay. I was gonna say when he said that, I was like, mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah.
So that
A lot of people have made that argument.
I'm like, okay, that wasn't important, I guess.
Not to mention that Popo had to teach Bulma at least some Namekian to be able to fly Kami's ship to Namek.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Toriyama forgot. It's okay.
Well, no, Piccolo forgot because he's been living on Earth for too long. That's what it. Even though he fused with somebody who grew up on planet Namek, but that's fine.
And then someone else who knew the
language,
and then someone else who clearly knew the language. Toriyama forgot. Anyways,
Piccolo forgot.
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Also, I love like how in episode 9, I think it was, when they met up with Vegeta's group and Vegeta's group didn't have their plane, and they're like, "Oh, well, we thought you were picking us up so we could ride with you," and they're like, "No, we don't have room. You guys are just gonna have to get a different ride." And then they get their ship back, and then in episode 10. Fucking Glorio and Goku's groups plane get eaten, and it's just like, yeah, can you pick us up? And I love how like Glorio was like, we need our luggage more than we need you, and then they lose their luggage and they're like, yeah, we need you.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it ended up working out because if they had all been together in the first place, then that plane would have been eaten. So
Yes.
It did end up working out ultimately, but I just find the humor of it funny.
This definitely is a humorous show. Like there is a lot going on here.
Oh, and yeah, so as we kind of like referred to earlier, Ku did lose the fight to the Tamagami.
Yes.
But I still find him very entertaining because he has a good singing voice and he can make store trips. So that's good.
I like the Tamagamis too. I find them very interesting.
Yeah. I like that. Was that I know the actor who did Tamagami number 2, and I forgot to look up his name. I meant to do that ahead of time, but he's been in like fucking everything. Actually, he plays All for One in My Hero Academia.
That's a good question. I can find out in a second.
But
Tamagami
yes.
number 2?
Yeah. The one that Vegeta starts the fight with. Because he's been in a bunch. I know he was in Fairy Tail. He's in a ton of shit.
He is. This article doesn't help me. It doesn't give voices. John Swayze.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he's around. He's been around. He's got one of those like deep but also kind of raspy voices. Like one of those voices that says, like he gets cast as old men a lot, basically. Like,
yeah. Yeah, I'm looking through his list. He's been in pretty much everything.
Yeah, he's been around.
Oh, he was Zachary in Attack on Titan. That makes sense. Oh, he died.
Oh yeah. Oh, he did? The actor?
No, the character.
Oh yeah.
Titan.
Well, everybody died in Attack on Titan.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I like. I find that really like that was like one of the first voices we've gotten in this show, aside from Aaron Dismuke, that was like, oh, I know you. You're like a Funimation mainstay.
I think Sabat's voiced like a background character at one point. I swear I heard his voice somewhere.
It's possible. But like the vast majority of the acting in this show has been all like relative newcomers. So that's been interesting so far.
I do like the fact too that like Tamagami number 2 doesn't want to fight Vegeta.
Until he sees Neva in the background.
He's like, oh, I'm so sorry. You were clearly worth the fight.
Daddy brought you here. Okay, I guess I'll fight you. Because we also find out that Neva's the one who created the Tamagamis and is also the one who created the Demon World Dragon Balls.
Yes.
So he's like a super like important legendary figure in Namekian lore.
Yeah, and I found his whole fucking senile act bullshit from the second he appeared. I was like, this guy's hiding something.
Yeah, he was definitely very suspect even in that first episode.
And then Vegeta gets eaten by a Kraken.
Yeah, that does happen.
Which is like it's always Vegeta. Like every time Vegeta's looking kind of cool and actually getting a chance to fight, something fucking happens that ruins it.
Oh, don't worry, he'll get some stuff. He'll get some stuff.
Oh, I'm sure, but it's very on brand for Vegeta.
So yeah, we back back at like the first demon world, we get Dew's creation, which apparently how deep the seed is buried makes a difference. I don't understand how that works, but maybe it like absorbs more of the essence going like as it grows out. I don't know. It's like a weird CGI like formation when it's I don't understand. It's magic. It's magic.
Dragon Ball.
It's demon magic.
He was a brilliant scientist. You know?
Yeah, she was a brilliant
scientist.
But yeah, Dew comes out and he's very Boo like, both in personality and in stature, and is much stronger than Ku. But I love how like when Ku is like looking at the seed, he's like, "So this is gonna be my younger brother, right?" And yeah, like, well, yeah, I guess so. I hadn't really thought about it. It's like, cool. I've always wanted a younger brother. And it's like, dude, you've been alive for 2 hours. What are you talking about? You shouldn't even have a concept of what a brother is.
The writing has been very witty, I will say.
And I love that there was a kind of a callback to episode 10 because Hyvis was talking to Supreme Kai about like, oh, you and Aransu and Degasu must have had a lot of arguments over snacks. And then like we jump to Ku and Dew, and they're having an argument over chocolate, and Ku's like, "Oh, look at us having an argument about snacks." Like, I don't know, I just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
But I love how when Dew is first like formed, the first thing he does is a Dr. Slump reference.
Yeah.
and like Aransu and what's her name, the witch lady, is just compelled to do it back. The Ncha. Or they say Ncha, but I believe it's actually supposed to be Ncha. I don't know why they did it the way they did, but I don't know. Maybe so they had somebody different writing the script or directing it.
Or they flubbed the line and they just left it in.
Possible. It's possible. And then like after that, when Ku runs to the store, he's running like a Raleigh.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're definitely channeling a lot of that kind of gaggy type of style to it.
I will say, despite how quick these episodes were, they are a lot more interesting now that we've got the full cast here.
Yeah, I think at this point we pretty much have the vast majority of characters we're going to have. There's a couple like minor players that show up later, but they're not important. But yeah, now that we pretty much got everybody together on both sides, actually, we got all the villains together and all the heroes together.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up. I'm looking forward to the next few episodes, seeing where it goes.
The next episode is going to be a really good action episode.
I'll probably watch that after we get done recording.
But
yeah. Anything else on? Oh, what are your thoughts on Stephanie Nadolny's performance? I know it's been actually it's weirdly been a topic of discussion with the show. I've noticed.
Yeah, it's getting better. I've noticed the past couple episodes. It's been maybe it's just because she hasn't been using the same inflection she's used in earlier episodes, but it's I haven't noticed as much like weird deliveries as I was noticing earlier on. So maybe it was just a matter of like she had to warm up to it. And now she's kind of getting there.
It's definitely more consistent. The people online who are complaining it doesn't sound the same. It's like no shit. It's like she's significantly older. Like
yeah, like she hasn't acted as Goku in like a series since fucking GT.
Yeah, and like
that was mid 2000s. It's been a long time.
Yeah. And even then,
pretty much 2 decades.
I mean, even like one of the greatest, like Chris Sabat, he sounds nothing like he did when he first started. Like you listen to Kuwabara and then listen to like his stuff now, and it's like, yeah, he's definitely gotten better.
It's actually like I need to get around to watching the new Yu Yu Hakusho OVAs because I want to hear what his current Kuwabara sounds like.
I'm curious what Botan sounds like because Cynthia Cran sounds nothing like she did then nowadays either.
Well, I mean, she's been consistently acting.
True.
So,
but her,
I mean,
her
it's not as much of a difference as we've noticed with Stephanie Natalny.
True.
I'm sure we'd have a similar situation if Tiffany Ballmer came back too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we know Monica Rial's never gonna fucking let go of that role, so
no, then they're close enough that it's not a huge deal. It's not like nothing against Colleen Clickenbeard, but I just never her as Goku just never sounded right.
No, I mean I warmed up to her as Gohan eventually, like for like the big scene, like in the Cell games, but like I still preferred Stephanie Natalny over.
Well, the problem when she does that,
Colleen Clickenbeard as an actress, like she does great work. Like lots of other characters that she's played, like I've never had a problem with her acting before. It's just that particular character that I have an issue with.
See, my problem with it is it's not even the acting that's bad. It's just that she sounds like Luffy. It just sounds like Luffy.
Yeah. Pretty much.
But yeah, that was Diama Time. We're past the halfway point now, so we got less than 10 to go. In that case, oh wait, nope,
it's playing.
It's not GNC. There we go.
Oh.
Wrong music. Anyways,
I didn't even notice.
No, we're not. I mean, I guess I could read this. No, I'm not doing that. Alex would fucking go ballistic if I read it here and didn't on GNC.
Yeah, right now. Let me see. How many calories? So we're on episode 12. I don't remember what the title was for this episode.
I actually brought it up 1 second here because I had to refresh my memory. True Strength.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
It was very basic.
Hiccup. So much like the title implies, this is a very fight heavy episode. Not a whole lot going on.
Vegeta gets his flowers for once.
Yeah, right. So we actually have 2 Tamagami fights going on at once. We have Majin Buu fighting Tamagami number 1 and Vegeta fighting Tamagami number 2.
Yeah. And Vegeta got out of the Kraken.
Yeah, he slipped right out of there. It was actually like really quick. Like the last episode ended with him going in the mouth, and this episode started with him just bursting out. So like he's fighting the Kraken and the Tamagami at the same time, which you'd think Tamagami would give him a break, but nah, I guess not.
Nah, no, they're testing him.
Yeah. So obviously we're not going to go into like the beat for beat like fights themselves.
I think the key thing with Vegeta's fight was the fact that he not only goes Super Saiyan 2, but we also finally get to see him go Super Saiyan 3.
In a like official canon material, which is the very first time that's ever happened.
And also once again decanonizing GT as much as possible.
Also kind of decanonizes Super as well, but
I think we're convinced these are alternate universes now.
Yeah, I mean ultimately that's kind of my opinion on the whole spiel. But,
yeah, because GT, that was a whole plot point that he couldn't go Super Saiyan 3, so Bulma had to make some stupid machine to make him go 4.
Mm-hmm.
But
so yeah, he goes Super Saiyan 3. Like, how do you feel about his design for Super Saiyan 3?
I still can't get over the fucking lack of eyebrows. Like Super Saiyan 3 just always looks so odd to me.
Well, I mean, if you expect Vegeta's final form in Super to have eyebrows, you're gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, I know. It always looks so stupid. But it's basically just Vegeta with long hair.
Yeah, but like unlike Goku and Gotenks, it remains in the Vegeta shape.
Yeah, which is interesting. He almost has Raditz vibes going on with that Widow's Peak.
It's still shooting like straight up and back, like instead of like where Goku and Gotenks have it like going down their back. Vegeta's is more like, you know,
Yeah, it's just
Conehead kind of.
It really makes me want to see Nappa with like Super Saiyan 3, just giant beard. Like, please.
Yeah, right.
That would be
His
funny.
mustache is just going out like crazy.
Yeah, that was cool. He gets to kick ass and he defeats
Literally.
the yeah.
he's using his legs a lot, which leads me to believe that that whole bit that Vegeta was doing against Buu, like that was all Vegeta. That was where that came from.
I did also really like the part where once he defeats the Tamagami, it does the little test him, and like it's like this really obtuse question, and Vegeta somehow
I love Vegeta's thing with that. It's so funny.
He completely nails it, even though it's like it sounds like something that he wouldn't get right.
Yeah, because it's like this. It was like one of those kinds of word problems you get in math class where it's just like, oh, little Timmy left his house with a bag of 10 cookies. And when he came across his friend and he gave his friend 5 cookies, but his friend said that's too many cookies. So he gave 3 back. And then he walked down the street some more and he found this homeless guy and he gave him 2 cookies. You know, it's that whole kind of bit. But at the end of the question, it's like, oh, and then he comes across a snake and he gives the snake, or, you know, he gives the snake the rest of his cookies. How many cookies did the snake eat? And like Vegeta's like sitting there thinking about it, and like even Goku's sitting there like racking his brains trying to figure it out. Vegeta goes 0. So what do you mean 0? It's 0. When's the last time you saw a snake eat a fucking cookie? Snakes don't eat cookies. It's 0. And he was right. Like, that's amazing.
Just the most blunt Vegeta answer possible, and it was great.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, that was just so perfect. And I just want to like just throw this out there, like the whole concept of there being like a mental test to receive a Dragon Ball, that was a concept that was like briefly like touched on in Z, like because when they went to Namek and I think it was when when they first introduced Frieza and he's talking to like the old Namekian who was guarding the Dragon Ball, and he said something like, "Oh, it's like a tradition where you know, Namekian warriors will attempt to collect the Dragon Balls, and they'll have to accomplish tests of strength, skill, and brains, essentially." And Frieza was like, "Oh, I offered to do these tests, but they refused me because I'm a piece of shit." And I find it really, really interesting that we're finally seeing like that type of idea with how to get the Dragon Balls, and that's really fun. I like that.
Finally acknowledging it, because like we've really had just a period of the Dragon Balls have become kind of a joke where it's like, oh yeah, I'll go get those in an hour. I'll see you later.
Yeah, especially like I love like before when they're like, oh, how do we find the Dragon Balls? What do you mean find them? Everyone knows where they are. They're here, here, and here. Like, what are you talking about? They don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But no, then we had the whole fight with Do and Tamagami number 1, where it starts out pretty pretty heavy, and then like all of a sudden Do just kind of drops and just starts flailing on the ground, screaming about how he wants chocolate. So Ku does his duty that he promised from before, and he runs to the store real fast and gets some chocolate, which kind of like revives Do like a senzu bean almost, and just instantly he eats the chocolate. I love the scene where he's actually like catches the chocolate in his mouth and like instantly just starts whooping ass. And I really like his fighting style where he kind of really leans into like the Buu genes, where he's where he like wraps around the sword and just headbutts him, and where he folds up like a ball like Super Buu did and rolls at him and shit. Like I like that kind of like chaotic fighting style.
It's really interesting seeing like a Buu that's also fully in control, well, fully like loyal, not just like a complete loose cannon like Buu originally was.
Yeah, like they literally like. I think later on you're just gonna see like Do and Ku just chilling on the couch, hanging out, eating snacks and shit. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, that goes through pretty quick. And then Do's challenge was it was like adding numbers together in your head, and it was just kind of like one of those things where it would just show a bunch of numbers really fast and expect you to remember them all and add them together. And obviously everyone's thrown for a loop. Even fucking what's her name? Arinsu is like, that's bullshit. I'm good at math and I can't do that. But Ku does. And he just kind of like, he does the whole math in his head and it just kind of says it under his breath. And Do hears him and repeats it. And that's how they ultimately end up getting it. But it's like, I love the contrast between Ku and Do, where Ku's strong, but he's not like Tamagami level, but he's apparently outrageously good at math and smart.
Yeah.
And then Do is just kind of like Boo 2.0, you know?
But more in control.
Yeah. But I really love their dynamic with each other too. Like they're just like, they're bros. They're just bros.
Yeah. I found it
we
weird.
Don't usually see whenever like two characters introduced get together. They're usually like great against each other. You know, we saw that with Nappa and Vegeta. We saw to a lesser extent, but with 17 and 18, like, you know, they, you know, the sibling rivalry kind of thing, whatever. But like Ku and Do are just cool.
Yeah.
And I like that.
I think it was interesting though. They've already like the Dragon Balls have already been collected now. Now it's just kind of like what happens next.
Well, now it's a matter of like, okay, how do we get our Dragon Balls together with her Dragon Ball? Like, is it going to be another stealing in the night situation? Are we going to come to an agreement? Am I
also, like
our asses? Like,
I like how it's really unclear who's working for who at this point.
Yeah, because even like when Goma and Degasu like realize that Tamagami #1 is fighting someone, and they see who it is, and like they're even like, was it Degasu was like, oh well, maybe they're just like, you know, getting the Dragon Ball for us so that we don't have to worry about those other guys getting it. And Goma's just like, are you kidding me? When was the last time your sister did something nice for us?
Yeah, no, I think Aritsu's on her own agenda right now.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I don't know if we mentioned it before, but I love the whole idea that she just kind of floats around in her hookah. Like,
yeah,
like that's like, it's like a witch's broomstick, but it's just a hookah, and she's just fucking puffing on it all the time. Like,
sure.
I like Arinsu as a character.
Well, I like how she's actually competent at what she does, and she's not like, she clearly has motives. We haven't learned them exactly yet, but she's definitely got something going on.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, aside from that, we had a little bit of bickering between Goku and Vegeta before the episode ends.
Also,
nothing too crazy.
Their guide is also like the best character again.
Oh, Hibis.
Hibis, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he's pretty great.
Yeah, pretty action-heavy episode though. Not a ton of plot, even though there's definitely some stuff going on in the background. So we'll have to wait and see.
The only thing in particular that I could think of aside from all that is it was kind of like not super out in the open, but Neva gave the Tamagami a power up.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Which apparently he can just do that.
Neva's also up to something.
He's an enigma, because I mean, even when he showed up in the first episode, he's just like, oh yeah, I can just summon the Dragon Balls. Like, here they are. I can also just like make them not stone anymore. Here they are. Like,
yeah, I'm interested in him right now just because, I mean, yeah, I know you've already seen it, but I don't know. There's definitely something more there.
All I'm gonna say is Neva is going to plant a spark that very well has the potential to burn the fandom to the ground, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Oh boy. Nope. We're not looking at drinks. There we go.
Did the same thing last week.
I keep forgetting which one it is.
I just realized that both of our taglines have something to do with bullshit.
Oh yeah, I just left it at that one for now. So I'm the collector of bullshit.
So yeah, Diama this week was that episode 13, I believe.
Let me check just to be sure.
Because last episode was the Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta one.
Yeah, it was 13, and I'm not gonna lie, not a ton happened this episode.
It was very much like a filler adventure-y kind of episode, which I'm totally cool with, because we need to have like that kind of tension break episode before, because we had this episode and then the next one is gonna be like them on their way to the first demon realm, and then the first demon world, and then like literally everything after that is gonna be like bum rushing to the end. So
Yeah.
it makes sense to have this episode here. Although I do find it kind of ironic that, especially with all the comparisons Daima and GT have had as we've been going along, that they would literally just copy paste an episode that they had in GT. Because they went to there was a giant planet in GT.
Yeah. This one was, I'm not going to lie. This one was very much like an episode where I was kind of like really struggling to keep my eyes from my phone.
Really? I found this one really fun.
I don't know if it's just because of the fact that nothing was really happening, like to move on the plot.
They got attacked by a horde of hamsters.
It must not have left an impression on me because I honestly forgot about that. I just remember their ship broke and shenanigans happened like there.
Because we had to keep that whole thing going. So we got some of Bulma and Pansy bonding over technology.
Oh yeah. They're all of a sudden friends, and I don't think Vegeta like really reacted much to it.
No, I mean, it all goes way over their heads anyway.
True.
But yeah, they were having fun tinkering and trying to fix the ship and shit, and exchanging their different technologies, so to speak. You know, Bulma got a little lesson about Modulite, which is apparently a power source they only have in the Demon Realm, and Pansy learned about Hoi Poi capsules, which, wow, I didn't think anybody would use that term ever again. Like, because when was the last time you heard them called Hoi Poi capsules?
I forgot they were called that.
Yeah, that was the original name. Like when you go to like, you know, chapter 1 of the manga.
Did they even use that in the anime?
Not in the original dub. No.
That's probably why I don't remember in the slightest.
No, not in the original dub. I'm honestly coming to think of it. I'm not sure if they ever referred to it in the dub that way.
I don't think they did, because I heard that in Diamond. I was like, what capsules? I was like, because I didn't remember any of that shit.
But I mean, they called it that like very frequently in the manga, so I just didn't dawn on me at first. But this episode started with Goma losing his shit because all the Dragon Balls are now claimed by someone or other.
Right. I keep forgetting Goma is the villain technically of this.
Yeah. And apparently they can just turn off warp. Because they just fucking flip a switch and they power him down. Because apparently he's not organic or not, like, alive. I don't really understand how warp works.
Yeah.
Because they made him seem like some sort of, like, divine being, so to speak. But apparently you could just pull a lever and turn him off. It's weird.
Demon World.
Yeah, yeah. And I also love how, like, butthurt Degasu is. He's just like, why do I have to pull the lever? Like,
yeah. It's interesting how, like, we're just kind of, like, the focus is completely, like, kind of split from those guys, and now we're in just, like, there's, like, different groups doing things, and I'm sure it's going to converge later, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, spoilers, but, you know, don't expect much from Degasu.
I haven't since he showed up, to be perfectly honest.
Aryan Su is easily the more interesting one out of the two.
True.
Degasu's kind of a bitch. But
I got that vibe.
So yeah, they crash land on the giant planet. Well, as they're crashing, like about to crash, like everyone's freaking out, but Neva's just like, don't land in the ocean. Remember what lives there. He's just like kind of like loving it. I don't know why, but he's just having a great time with it. But then as soon as they land, he starts freaking out because he realized what planet they landed on.
Yeah. Yeah, Neva's like, he's very clearly faking it a lot of the time, and then like when something serious actually happens, he's like, oh shit, no more act.
He's like, oh no, none of you know what this is. Like, this is bad.
But of course to Goku, it's like, whatever.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that's cool. They're real big and strong.
Goku sees threat and goes, ooh, I can beat this up.
Yeah, right. And also Hybis just continues to be a treat.
He's fun. He's probably the most fun original character. for this series.
Like I love it. Just like at one point, Pansy's just like, "Hey, be a step stool for me." He's just like, "Oh, great! Now my pants are dirty."
Yeah, like he's not even mad about them standing on him. He's mad about that of all things.
Yeah, it's just super funny. I love Hybis. He's a great character.
He had another Glorio misnaming too, but now he's just kind of like doesn't care. He's like, whatever.
Yeah, he didn't even correct him this time. He was just like, yeah, whatever.
He was weird. He was weirdly happy this episode. I was like, I don't know if I like that. Like,
well, I mean, I think by this point we're starting to kind of get the whole like, because he's still like he had his little like phone call with Arinsu or like in the episode, and I think it's by this point it's pretty obvious that he's getting attached to everybody and like he's still like kind of working behind the scenes with Arinsu, but he doesn't feel good about it.
Like he straight up turned into Mayuki there for like a few minutes, like with his like positive attitude. I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute!" I'm like, "Go back,
right.
like, go back to student council, sir."
Yeah, right. Where's the bags under your eyes?
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, I mean, essentially, it was pretty much just goofiness throughout this episode. They get attacked by a bunch of hamsters, which is hilarious. And then a giant shows up, and he is fucking huge. Like, I don't think we've ever seen a giant or any sort of kaiju this big in Dragon Ball before. Only for it to be revealed to us that this isn't even an adult. This is a child.
Surprise!
Yeah, a school bag and all. He's got a big ass ruler, and he's just munching on a Kraken tentacle.
Oh yeah, yeah, because they had to reference like size even more, being like, "Oh, you remember this giant thing that ate Vegeta? Well, it's nothing for these people.
It's a snack for this guy."
Yeah.
And he also had a dog with him, and I gotta say, like, I don't know, it's just something about Toriyama's designs. Like, I love the dog.
Toriyama makes some good monster designs.
And
or he made them. Anyways.
So obviously, like, it's a dog, so it sniffs them out and is like, "What is this?" And you know, they're trying to like dodge around it and kind of like not fight it because Goku's like kind of struggling, but it's mostly because he doesn't want to hurt the dog.
Yeah, typical Goku fashion.
But I mean, it's not like the dog isn't strong just because of its sheer size, because it is, and like it is a point where it's like they are struggling to kind of fend it off without hurting it. But at one point, like Goku kind of like crash lands onto the dog, and even the fucking ticks are giant. Like,
yeah,
like 8 times bigger than he is.
It's all just one giant trope of like the, you know, giant world. Like,
yeah, but I will say, like, just calling attention to like the aesthetic of where they are, like the whole world itself is beautifully animated. Like the design of it it's just so pretty.
Yeah, Toei's been doing a good job so far with the series.
Well, it's one of those things where they had a long like production time for this series. Like think about like they gave themselves like 3 months to kind of slap Super together. Like literally, like Resurrection F came out 3 months later, Super aired, and they were not planning Super until Resurrection F came out. So like they really slapped that together. That's why the beginning of Super is so rough. Diama they have been working on for years before it actually came out.
Oh yeah, and it's easier with Diama too because it had a set kind of length and like amount of episodes they had to focus on.
Yeah, exactly. So they like literally spent multiple years working on a 20 episode series. So like obviously it was going to come out looking good. But
it helps too that the One Piece break came up, so they had time to actually like divert more resources into it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's mostly just like an action-y, adventure-y kind of episode. There's not really like tons going on aside from them just fending off the giants.
Yeah, there wasn't a ton of.
We did get a really like good, like classic style Kamehameha, which we haven't gotten really from this series yet. So we've gotten Kamehamehas, but like we got like the classic like slow build up Kame, like, and we haven't heard Stephanie Nadalny specifically do that in forever. So that was really nice.
Yeah.
Like that was like the most like old school Kid Goku that she's sounded throughout this whole thing was doing that.
Yeah, honestly. It was all fun.
Yeah, it was all good fun. I mean, they fix the ship, they take off, whatever. Like there was, like I said, like there wasn't a whole lot in terms of like substance and story progression, but it was mostly just like character moments, actiony bits, stuff like that. Nothing too crazy.
Diama Time.
Yeah, we are
be covering
3/4 of the way.
We'll be covering 2 episodes for this one, 14 and 15. Where's the music? That'll work. Yeah, so these 2 episodes, the best way I can sum them up from like how I was thinking about it was this is like the setup period where they are setting up for the big shit that's probably going to happen next.
Yeah, like the first one was kind of like getting there. The second one is like, all right, we're here. Let's kind of do the red ribbon thing and just take on all these fucking schmucks. And then the next one is gonna be kind of like the last bit of that, and then those last 4 episodes are just gonna be like bam, 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 final boss shit.
Gotcha. Yeah. Interestingly, like watching the first episode, not a lot of major plot happened. It was mostly like some side story, like gags and stuff, and like exposition.
For the most part, I mean, we got some more goofy Hive-ish shit, which is always good. Honestly, it's a little bit disappointing that he's not gonna be in like any other Dragon Ball stuff going forward. I mean, maybe they'll bring him in something. Maybe they'll decide to do a Diamond Part 2. Who knows? But
maybe Togataro just like add him to the super manga randomly for no reason.
Even though it wouldn't make any sense because they're not the same universe.
It's Dragon Ball. It doesn't have to make sense. True.
If you want it to be canon, then it is.
Demon World. That's the new excuse for everything.
So they get to warp and they're like, oh shit. They shut it off.
The ship broke again.
Yeah. Well, it's okay because they don't need one anymore. It's all good.
Yeah, but they're like, you know what? We don't need this anymore. We're good now.
Yeah, so they get to warp that shut down. They're all freaking out about it, and like the whole like, because I don't know if we mentioned this, but there's literally just like holes that like kind of like tunnels kind of that connect each of the 3 demon worlds. But they've had like this barrier over them for like time out of mind. Like nobody knows how long it's actually been there, but they're there. And Goku's like, I don't know if it's actually there, so I'm gonna poke it with a stick. And he pokes it with a stick, and it like zaps him and almost kills him.
In Goku fashion.
In Goku fashion. And then Neva just kind of like pops over, and he's just like, yeah, it's kind of stuffy in here. I'm gonna open it up, and he just kind of fucking does a little chant, and the barrier just kind of goes away. And Piccolo's like, yo, you made that, didn't you? He's like, yeah, kind of. So, all right, so let's run down the list real quick, okay? So, Neva created the quote-unquote original Dragon Balls for the Demon Realm.
Yes.
Created the Tamagami. Can just summon Dragon Balls, even the ones he didn't make. Can activate dormant Dragon Balls that are still in their stone form. He can... I mean, it makes... This is less impressive, but he can power up the Tamagami just at will, just because. And he can also create this ultra powerful barrier that if you even come into a little bit of contact with it, it'll just shoot lightning at you and kill you.
Yeah.
What the fuck? This dude is like fucking ridiculous.
But he's
been old. He's like fucking old as shit. Like he's been around for like thousands of years.
And he just fucks with everyone by pretending to be senile the whole time.
It's great. Like honestly, like it's one of those characters that I kind of wish would stick around.
See,
because God knows what he's like, the Whis of Daima.
He's a more like. See, Whis is like the thing with Whis is like Whis like deliberately just he's like, yeah, I can't help you until I need to. This guy's just like, I'm gonna fuck with you, and he'll only help you when it's convenient to me for whatever my agenda is.
I kind of like that, though. I kind of like the old senile, I don't give a fuck attitude. Like, this is entertaining to me, so I'm just going to do this just because, fuck it.
See, Whis is more like, you amuse me, I'm going to help you.
It's pretty wild.
When necessary, because we'll get into Whis later in this episode, because there is some plot with him that we'll talk about, but...
Yeah. So, yeah, they jump through the hole now that the hole is open. And well, no, they don't jump through. They take the plane at first, and then as they're going through, they're like, the plane can't handle it, so they all have to bail. And Bulma's just kind of looking around like, am I the only one here who can't fly?
Yep.
He's like, yep, actually, yeah. Because even Hibis can fly.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't expect it, just like, looking at him. But yeah, he can fly.
It's all right. She's got Vegeta there. She'll be fine.
And also Pansy can fly, which I know we've known that already. But Pansy can fly, which makes you wonder like why in the earlier episode she was using Hibis as a step stool when she could have just flown.
Was the control collar suppressing that, or was it just typical?
Well, no, because Supreme Kai took the collar off long before they met up with Hibis.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Then it was just probably Toriyama forgetting, like usual.
Probably.
Rule of funny applied, and they decided it doesn't have to make sense if it's funny.
This is true. But yeah, Hibis is just like, oh great, am I gonna have to carry you? She's like, I kind of gotta have Vegeta do it, just obviously. And Hibis goes, oh phew, thanks for taking that hit, man.
I love the running joke that nobody can stand Bulma except Vegeta.
I love the running joke that like nobody there can stand Hibis, but he's like the best character of the show.
Well, because he's just sarcastic and he just doesn't give a fuck. He's like,
he's just the driest motherfucker on the planet, but it's kind of great.
Like, there's a battle going on. I'm gonna eat some chips.
Yep. Oh yeah. So yeah, they go through the hole, and that's pretty much it for the episode. There wasn't really a whole lot.
The convenience
aside
store.
From
the convenience
I thought
store.
That wasn't the next episode.
No, that was in this one. That was like the one thing that happened in this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We do get a little bit of time with Goma and his little group. Oh yeah, because they all react to the hole being open and shit.
Yeah, we also get a lot more of the Demon World Ginyu Force.
Yeah, well, we get introduced to the Demon World Ginyu Force.
Yeah,
which spoiler alert, they're not going to be very long lived for this series.
They're the Ginyu Force. Why would they last long?
I mean, to be fair, the original Ginyu Force was a serious threat.
True.
And even if you want to make the argument, Captain Ginyu was still a threat, even going into Super for a little bit there.
Frog.
Yeah. Oh god, it all comes back to the frog.
Goku, careful! You don't know what that actually means.
Yeah, right. So yeah, we get introduced to the Gendarmerie Force, which they're literally just the Ginyu Force, but they all look like they could be like quasi related to Beerus, but in kind of the same way that like Dispo seems like he could be related to Beerus. Like they're not obviously not the same species, but they look similar enough where they could be from the same place.
Yeah.
So I guess that kind of confirms that Beerus and Choppa are also from the Demon Realm. Because they do have pointy ears. I just assumed because they're more like animal-like. I just assumed that they just had pointy ears because of that.
I just assumed because they were cats, but
yeah, it could be. But wait, does Korin have pointy ears?
I think so.
Is Korin a demon cat?
Korin is that's what we need. We need Korin's backstory. Get on it, Dragon Ball.
For real. Come on, Toyotaro. We know that's what you want to write.
He writes the marriage between him and Yajirobe. Makes it canon, damn it.
The wedding arc, part 2. So yeah, we get introduced to the Gendarmerie Force, and they are just as goofy and silly. But they kind of like go like way over the top with their introduction poses, and just start blasting rifles and rocket launches and shit in the lobby of the castle, and just completely fuck it up. And
I saw that, and I was like, it's the Ginyu Force if they were American.
Yeah, exactly. And Goma's just like, you guys know you're paying for that, right? And that does kind of come around to bite them, because they go to the convenience store to get a bunch of like mold flavored chips or whatever. And well, first thing I noticed that is like they just grab like everything off the shelf, and they just kind of encounter Ku and Do there because they came for chocolate.
Yeah.
And they kind of like, oh, look at these kids. You need lots of sweets and you work hard to become strong like us and you can afford all this. And they literally like load up all these different baskets with all these different snacks. And like they open up the purse and look inside and they're like, oh shit, we're like broke. So they only like originally they were like offering to buy them all these different snacks, and they just take like the 2 candy bars and say, here you go, kids.
See ya.
But then I noticed they also walk away with all the shopping bags with all like the shit ton of snacks. So like, did they just steal those? Because they only had like 3 coins.
Not important.
I mean, I feel like the gendarmerie probably should just get a bunch of shit for free anyway. But at least with the hierarchy of the demon world, I feel like it would make sense.
We also don't know how much the money there is worth. That might have been.
He looked too worried for it to be a lot.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
they got chocolate though.
Yeah. So yeah, that was just like a kind of like a goofy little bit with just Ku and Du just being like, "Oh wow, so cool," you know? And
what nice guys.
Yeah, pretty much. After they like promise that they're gonna buy them all these snacks, and then they get them 2 candy bars.
And it's more than they had. It's more than they had before.
But yeah, Goma and Degasu and everybody, they're all freaking out because the hole is open. And I think at this point we move into the next episode, which is pretty much just a giant battle.
Yeah, not a ton of plot happens here. We get a cool moment of...
One very important plot thing happens.
Refresh my mind, because I don't remember.
The eye.
Oh, yeah, the eye on Hyvis's belt. It's like...
So I gotta ask, did you catch on to that up to this point at all? Like, did you suspect that eyeball was important?
No, I just thought it was a decoration, kind of like Hyvis did.
You see, it's funny because a lot of people had the same assumption, but like as I was going back through these episodes, going back to like when Hyvis was first introduced, and they first call attention to the belt, like literally. Like, they have a scene where Goma's freaking out, like, oh, God, if only I had used that one wish I had on the eye. I really could use the eye right about now.
See, I forgot about the eye.
And literally the very next scene, it flashes over to Hyvis's group, and Bulma comments on his belt. And he's like, oh, yeah, I found this eyeball up in the woods, and I just stuck it on my belt. Literally the very next thing that happens is that scene. And so many people, it just went right over their head. It went over my head. It went over your head. Like,
yeah. It sure did, because I immediately forgot about the eye, and then like Bulma was like, "Oh, that's a cool thing," and I'm like, "Oh, that's belt, nice."
They like make it super obvious, and we just don't. And I think it's because of Hyvis's just kind of like super dry whatever attitude that we just don't even notice it.
I love how he puts the eye on his belt too, where he just fucking hammers it in there, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's probably good."
Yeah, right. But yeah, so like the big fight happens, and this is like there was a lot of contention over this episode. Because a bunch of people were freaking out about how like, oh, Vegeta just had this big Super Saiyan 3 battle a few episodes ago, and they're getting taken out by these little stun guns. I'm like, well, my argument to that is these guns aren't meant to do damage. They're meant to incapacitate you. You know, they're not meant to overpower you. They're meant to suppress you.
Well, also, this is Vegeta. He's only allowed to have one moment of awesome between like multiple periods of sucking for no reason.
Yeah, this is true. Well, I mean, Goku was getting taken out by them too.
True.
But it's one of those things where like these guns aren't meant to like, you know, blow shit up, you know. And also like I feel like because there's a whole thing like where later on like the Pansy's dad and like his army show up and they're all helping out and everything. And they don't like Goku and his group like they don't use the transformations until then. And I feel like that might partially be because like maybe their kid bodies can't handle those transformations for long periods of time, and there was just so many enemies that like it still would have taken a bit to knock them all out, even if it only took one punch each, you know. So like maybe like they just didn't want to get themselves tired out before, you know, they had to do the big fight. I don't know. I'm just kind of pulling shit out of my ass here, but I mean that makes sense to me.
That would be a novel thing. Like it would make sense because, like in GT, that was like one of the biggest criticisms was the fact that it was like once Goku remembers how to use his powers. It's like, oh, he's just as powerful as he was. Oh, it's the Goku show from now on. I see. Yes.
Yeah, it didn't even matter that he was a kid in GT. He was just strong. Whatever. And then when he went Super Saiyan 4, he was just an adult for no reason. So it's just like, okay, whatever.
Still, one of the dumbest lines in that show is they're like, go like what does Chi Chi think? He's like, well, if I want to hang out with Chi Chi, I'll just go Super Saiyan 4. I'm just like, that's not the point, Goku.
Yeah, well, oh, who knows? Maybe she likes a nice shag carpet while she's shagging.
I don't know. Whenever I think Chi Chi and GT, I just think of her in the nurse uniform shoving the needle in his ass.
Well, that was your introduction, wasn't it?
That was the first thing I saw of that show, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Why is Chi Chi old? Why is Goku a child? Like, what's happening here?
God. So yeah, it's just a bunch of running around and fighting, and Goma's panicking, and then Goma gets like a zoom in on Hybis and notices his belt, and he's like, shit, that's the third eye. Like, how the fuck do they have it, and why is it being used as a belt buckle?
Yeah, and then we get the recap of Hybis like, I found it on the ground, and then I made it a belt ornament.
Yeah, because we get this whole like the anime just kind of like stops for a second, and it's just like, let's give you this history on what happened with the eye. Well, the old Demon King Abura had the eye, and he was real strong, and then Dabura, who we all know, just decided one day that he wanted to just overthrow his dad and become king now. So he hired some random schmuck to steal the eye and deliver it to him. But then some like random caveman bonked him over the head and the eye was lost forever. And Deborah was like, well, fuck it. I'm strong now. So whatever.
And then he got his ass kicked by Boo, and then Hybis found the eye.
Yes. But I also wanted to point out, I don't know if you caught this. I didn't catch it the first time, but I caught it this time. When it's kind of like talking about like the history of the eye being passed down from generation to generation, it showed silhouettes of previous Demon Kings. One of them looked suspiciously like Beelzebub. Which is kind of weird and confusing because Beelzebub's dad in Sandland looks just like Deborah.
I think that was more, if anything, that was probably just Toriyama being like, this would be a funny inside gag.
Well, I think Toriyama just likes to reuse character designs.
Well, that too. He does, because, I mean, Deborah immediately, like, right there.
But it's just like a funny little, like, nod that I noticed, especially since I feel like Sandland and Diama were in production at the same time.
I think so.
So I just thought that was a fun little nod. But yeah, so Goma notices that Eye is there, and he's like, Degasu, go get that shit. And apparently, because there was I don't know if this was like confirmed or not, but I heard that there was like initially, like, that chick who approached Hybis originally supposedly was supposed to be like Degasu in disguise, which it's not, because later on we're gonna get a scene of her delivering it. But it was a really funny scene though, because she shows up and she's like, hey, that's a really cool belt. I like it a lot. How about we do a trade? You give me the belt and I'll give you a kiss. And he's just like, why would I want that?
Yeah, he's like, I'm good.
He's like, I can't wear a kiss, but I can wear that hat.
And then she's so upset after.
She's like, well, I got it, but like my pride.
Yeah. I love that. He's like, it's like, fuck the belt. I want the cool hat.
Yeah, right. I thought that was really funny.
Hybis is on a different like brainwave than the rest of us.
Yeah, but I don't know. I like Hybis. He's cool.
I just love that he just doesn't give a shit. He's like, oh, cool hat.
Yeah, pretty much. He's just like, all right, well, you know, I'm not gonna lose my cool belt and not have something cool to wear, so whatever. Oh yeah, so like Pansy's dad's army shows up and they all get that big like second wind, I guess, and they completely wipe out that army, very Red Ribbon style. And that's pretty much where the episode cuts off, unless I'm forgetting anything.
That was about it. I mean, we got the cool moment of Goku fighting with Pansy's dad, which was kind of nice, but in typical Goku fashion, he he borrowed from Naruto and did use some like friendjutsu, basically.
Yeah, talk no jutsu.
Talk no jutsu, yeah.
But yeah, that was pretty much the 2 episodes that we're covering this week. It was a lot more just kind of like driving things forward and not a whole lot of like serious things to talk about. I mean, it's not like we're gonna sit there and break down like, oh well, like the animation was really cool, because the animation was really good. The fights were really good, but I mean, there's not really a whole lot you can say about them other than they were real good.
The animation's been good the entire way through. The voice acting's been pretty good. I think
I feel like at this point,
finally,
yeah,
for the most part,
got to say that. Yeah, she's kind of like gotten back into the groove, and I've noticed that her deliveries have been much more classic, on point than they were like towards the beginning of Diama. So
I noticed
I'm happy about that.
I noticed when the fight scenes go on, she's a lot more into it. I think it's more like the talking scenes. Her age is kind of showing in the voice.
Yeah, I'm really interested. There's a scene. It's not going to be for another 2-3 episodes, but there's a whole bit that I'm going to be really interested to see how she plays that.
There was also I noticed the random Chris Sabat cameo at one point.
I didn't notice that.
I forget which character it was, but I heard the voice. I immediately went, "There he is."
Was it just like a random gendarmerie guy, or
some one of the background characters talked, and I was like, "Ah, it's Chris Sabat. There he is."
Gotcha.
Because that's like my new favorite thing with the Crunchyroll dub is like I'll be listening and I'll just be like, "Where's the Chris Sabat cameo?" And then you hear,
"Where's he at?" So we can just touch on it. We don't have to do like a whole Diama Time for it. We can just touch on it a little bit.
Yeah, I guess we can touch on it briefly. Because I don't remember a lot happening.
It wasn't like it wasn't a ton. It was mostly just like Goku and crew. Like, you know, they at the end of the last one, we had all the third Demon World like guys show up and help out and everything, and then they had their little run in with the gendarmerie force, which is super extra the whole time.
Yeah,
like they're just being fucking insane.
We also had the big bad of the series. We had him getting the eye and shoving it into his head.
Well, I love how that whole bit happens, because he literally like he's freaking out because Degasu betrayed him or whatever, because he was holding Dende hostage. And well, first of all, I love the way that they end up rescuing Dende from that situation, because like Pansy like tries to sneak up on him, and he like obviously he notices and fucking knocks her down or whatever, and he's about to shoot her. And then fucking Glorio throws Hibis's new hat at him, and that's like what distracts him enough, and they're able to snatch Dende from him, and they sent him away, like, you know, in handcuffs or whatever.
Yeah,
like I said, Degasu wasn't. He's not a character that's going to be very memorable. No. You know, he's not going to be doing anything super impressive.
Yep. I did like the scene though with the girl who had the hat, who got the belt, where she's like, "So here's the thing, can I go now?" Like typical like Valley Girl kind of.
Yeah, she's like, "Hey, I brought the thing. I was supposed to bring it to this guy, but he's not here. Like, what's going on? He by the way, he didn't pay me, so." And Goma's just like, yeah, whatever. Treasure room's that way. Just take whatever you can carry.
And she's got she's all laying down as she's leaving, and he's like, "Hey, you, shove this eye into my forehead." And she's like,
he's like, "Shove this square into my forehead."
she's just like, "I don't want to." I like that character a bit too much. Like, I'm like, why is she so fun? Why can't we have more of her?
It's the random big characters, like the couple that were running the shop. Like the random big characters are the best. And even Hibis, like Hibis is like a regular, but like he's also kind of a bit character. Like he's not, like he's important, but he's not like, you know, instrumental to the whole thing. You know,
he's the comic relief, like the levity in most situations.
But yeah, so they go up against the gendarmerie force, and literally they're as inconsequential as you could imagine. Like, I don't even know like where they would stack against like the Ginyu Force, but like Vegeta pretty much just takes them all out like instantly. And
yeah,
I mean, they had some cool poses. They were different from the Ginyu Force at least.
True.
And then like after they're all like beat up and tied up, like one of them just offers Goku his chips, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, hey, here you go, or whatever. What did they tie them up with? Was it like some weird, like goopy shit?
I think so. It was
It was
very
weird.
Dragon Ball.
It was weird. Well, I guess that's really it for the Degetsu one. So fuck it, we'll dive into the next one a little bit. So they end up going up to go challenge the Tamagami, and they realize the Tamagami's Dragon Ball's already gone. So like, you know, obviously like, what the fuck, what happened? And Arinsu comes up and she's got Ku and Do with her because, you know, of course. They're like, oh, who are you? And like Arinsu's about to answer, and Ku's just like, I'm Majin Ku, and blah blah blah. And she's just like, why are you talking? She's like,
Yeah.
just shut up over there. And she's like, well, I thought it was important. But we got a fight between Goku and Majin Du, which is actually really cool because I again, like, you did the music.
Yeah, I figured we're going full into it at this point.
That threw me off. But anyways, yeah, Goku and Du are fighting, and I really like Du's fighting style. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that before, but like, he plays around with like the stretchy arms and shit a lot more than Boo really did. You know, because, you know, he did it, like, he messed with it a little bit, but like Du kind of made it like his fighting style, and I like that a lot. But I mean, aside, God, you fucking with me, man. You fucking with me. But I mean, ultimately, like, it's a really well animated fight, and they do really well with it. But right as it's starting to really get good, Goma shows up, and he's like full on Jiren mode.
Yeah,
like, legit,
he's
like,
wearing the goddamn Pride Trooper suit too.
Yeah, that's why, like, before when I mentioned that he was dressed just like Jiren, like, now you get it, because now that he's like big muscle man, like, he literally just looks like Jiren with a clown head.
Yeah. I will say, like, the fights were interesting, but the comedy in this episode was pretty good. Like, I do love the point where, like, they're all going to fight, like, where they basically are like, all right, truce, we have to, more important shit's going on.
Yeah.
And they're all like going to fight, and then you get what's the old Namekian's name again?
Never.
You get Neva's just like, he's looking over at Tamigami number 1. He's just like,
he just winks at him.
he just
like,
keeps giving him the wink. He's like, come on, you know you wanna.
For real.
That was funny. I did like when Bulma's like interrogating
Arinsu.
No, comic relief guy. I'm forgetting his name.
Oh, Hibis.
She's interrogating Hibis. She's like, what happened to your belt? And where'd you get that hat? And he's just like, it's not important.
Yeah, he's just like, I don't see how that has to do with anything.
He's just got this stupid hat on. I'm just like, great.
Yep. Hibis just continues to be a treat.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, the wild thing about this is, like, the second Goma appears, and, well, first of all, he makes this huge, like, fighting arena for, like, no reason.
Well, I mean, we got to have a place to fight. I mean,
there's plenty of places to fight right around them. I mean, shit, fucking.
But that one he made.
True. Whatever. Whatever.
It's Dragon Ball logic. Just fighting arena.
We need an arena. It has to be official. But yeah, like, literally as soon as he comes out and like starts the whole thing, like, Goku's like, we're ganging up on him, which is like, even Bulma mentions, like, this is super out of character for Goku. He's just like, yeah, that's just how fucking tough this guy is. Which makes you wonder, like, how tough is Goma without the eye? I don't know, like,
yeah. Well, part of me, I keep forgetting this isn't Super Universe where Goku just pulls powers out of his ass. Although I'm pretty sure next episode something's gonna happen that's gonna, from what I'm gathering. But
I'm just gonna throw this out there. The next episode's title is Awakening.
Yeah, I may or may not have seen a screenshot.
God damn it! You went this far and now you get the fucking spoiler?
Yeah, because Reddit is Reddit.
You son of a bitch. I was waiting for that reaction from you, son of a bitch.
Well, we'll see if it's what it is. I'm not going to say.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is, sir.
But yeah, the fighting's good. I'm looking forward to watching the next few episodes because I'm sure it's going to be all good old Dragon Ball combat fun.
I did like that with the big group fight. Like we actually had that scene of like everybody doing their special moves on him all at once. Like like literally they're all like in a circle around him, and they all special beam Ganon, Kamehameha, Galagon, like everyone's shooting off their special moves. It's pretty
True.
cool.
It's really funny. Like, it's funny because they're their younger selves, but they're fighting like they have in Z Onward. Because friend of the show, Jared, he's been watching OG Dragon Ball lately. I've been
he's on Z now, but
he's on Z, but he was watching OG a while back. I was kind of got the itch to watch some OG Dragon Ball recently, and I've been watching a few episodes here and there, and you always forget how the fights were so much more simple back in the day.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, like I said, my daughter's been watching OG Dragon Ball. Like, certain bits, I put on certain bits, but we were watching the second tournament, and Goku vs Krillin came on, and like it still blows my mind like how good the choreography of that fight is. It's like one of the best fights, I think, honestly.
I still think the best fight in the series is Goku Piccolo at the end.
Oh, for sure.
But it's just so funny. Like every time he does the Kamehameha, it's like so fucking slow. I'm like, God damn, like what a time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love that episode. Yeah. I love that episode like later in the series though, where it's like Krillin and then Yamcha just kind of figure it out, and it's like, oh damn, anyone can do this shit.
Yep. I was trying to think, I think Tien did it before Krillin did.
Maybe. Tien does it like once, and then every time after he just does his like tri-beam or whatever.
Yeah, he's a tri-beam. He did the Dodon raid for a while. So that's the thing. That's why I always get so upset about fucking how dirty Tien got done, because like the bro he's stacked. He's got so many fucking special moves, and like they just all stole his solar flare, and then he just kind of like slunk away. Like he's got he could do he can just grow 2 extra arms. He's the one who invented the whole making copies of yourself thing. He did the fucking. He got the Dodon raid, the tri-beam, fucking he can copy the Kamehameha like nothing. Like, let's be real, like Tien is the one who deserves to be the strongest human. Like, I don't care what Toriyama said. Like, Krillin just stopped training for 7 years. He stopped training for as long as Gohan did. He does not have any right to be the strongest human. Just saying. I love Krillin, don't get me wrong. But Tien was the one human who stuck it out and continued training the whole fucking time. And he was stronger than Krillin when he was introduced. So there's no reason why Krillin should have passed him.
Yeah. It sucks too, because he only got like that one filler episode in Super, which I love that episode because there's just something funny about Tien having his own Chi-Chi. But I mean, he does some fun stuff during the tournament, so I'll give him, at least he had that. He did more than Krillin did.
He lasted longer than Krillin, we can say that much.
Krillin was
he still kind of went out like a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, Krillin was definitely the comic relief fail in the tournament, which I was like, okay, that was worth it.
Typical. And of course, it was the Frieza doppelganger from Universe 6 that knocked him out. It's like, of course, it had to be a Frieza.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I still think Roshi had the most badass moment in this Tournament of Power, but for human anyways.
Sure. In both versions of the tournament, actually.
Yeah, I still prefer the anime version over the manga version, but
yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, that was Diama though. I mean, we're about to hit the big stuffs going forward, so
yeah, you son of a bitch.
Well, wait and see. It might not be what I thought it was. It might not even have been official.
I'm not gonna say it just in case, but I'm like 99% sure that what you saw was what it is, because it's. Yeah.
Somehow I didn't. I thought I did, but I didn't. Yeah. So the final 3 episodes of Diama can be best described as holy shit.
Yeah, pretty much. So if there was ever any like debate over whether or not this is Toriyama's take on GT, that's right out the window now. There's no debate to be had.
Yeah, because I'm just gonna flat out say it. Super Saiyan 4.
Yep.
But it's Toriyama's take on Super Saiyan 4.
Yeah, so it's Super Saiyan 4 with big hands.
And red hair.
I don't know how I feel about the red hair. I feel like I like the black hair better.
The black hair made it look unique. I don't mind the red hair. So you know what happened? Somebody had drawn the thing I thought was a spoiler is somebody had drawn like really bad fan art of Super Saiyan 4, but it looked like God mode, so I thought he was going God mode in this.
Mm-hmm.
So I completely was thrown the wrong direction. And then I saw it, I'm like, when I saw the tail and the fur, I went, that's Super Saiyan 4? I was like, wait a minute, this is completely not what I was thinking.
Oh, pull on. They even call it that in the final episode, so it's like it's not even a question. It's just Super Saiyan 4, just Toriyama's take on it.
It's officially canon.
Hooray!
And the dramatic irony that Vegeta finally figures out Super Saiyan 3, but now can't do 4.
Yeah, which just gotta keep that trend going. Goku's always gonna have that extra step up on him.
True.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. He didn't go Super Saiyan 3. He went Ultra Vegeta 1.
Well, he's whipped as fuck, as we've learned anyways, so.
Oh, I love that. The only thing that I've actually made Cindy like sit and watch is that one scene, which we'll bring up later.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of it, like they're still having their big fight. Goku powers to Super Saiyan 3, and like Ku sees that, and it sees Goku like going nuts in Super Saiyan 3, and he's like, power up. Yes, that's right. And he flies off, and he goes to get a giant cookie, and he tosses it to Do, and Do starts to power up after he eats the cookie, and he like imitates Super Saiyan 3. Like he like his goopy body just kind of forms Super Saiyan 3 hair, just because why not? And sure. I know I've mentioned it a bunch of times, but I love Dew's fighting style. Like just the way he comes at Goma after he does his little Super Saiyan 3 thing. I don't know, it's such a unique thing, and like I wish we had seen more of that kind of thing from Boo back in the day, but obviously there was limitations on what they could do with animation and how much time they had to work on it and stuff. So obviously it wasn't gonna be like a guaranteed like thing that they could do. But yeah, like we pretty much have like the three-way tag team against Goma, like the three strongest good guys. You got Goku, Do, and Tamagami number 1. And they do pretty good for a little bit. And then Goma, like, I don't know, just like bitch smacks everybody.
Yeah, because the eye of what's the eye called again? It's you
can either call it the evil third eye or the tertian oculus.
Yeah. That thing, it's essentially like the power could be best described as fuck you the power, because it basically just says like, oh, you're making progress, well fuck you, now you're not.
Yep, pretty much. It's practically like an item that just grants immortality when it's equipped,
but it has the weirdest weakness ever.
It's kind of amazing though, especially the way that wraps up. Like it's pretty wonderful.
But during the fight, Neva kind of like notices Goku, and like I forget how he does it eventually, but he kind of like gives him Super Saiyan 4.
Well, it's kind of up for debate, like how, because he does the thing, right? He like kind of like does a little like energy transfer thing, whatever the fuck he was doing, unlocking power or whatever. But then later on, Goku says that he trained for it, so it's kind of up for debate exactly how it happened. But at the very least, Neva gave him what he needed to pull it off in that moment.
Yeah, because it's Super Saiyan 4 is so confusing too. Like, because the way he gets it in GT is like this whole dramatic thing, and then in this one, it's not as dramatic, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, because in GT, it was like he had to become a great ape and then become like self-aware in great ape form and be able to like compress the power. Which actually like kind of made more sense.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
But then like the Brawly movie completely threw that out the window, because Brawly can apparently just harness that power normally.
Yeah. So I don't know, it's a confusing deal with all that. But at the same time, like, I don't know, I like that it's there.
I mean, Super Saiyan 4 is a cool design. That's why I'm happy it's here. It's just like the way it gets brought in is always so goofy.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, Goku goes Super Saiyan 4 in kid form, which is also kind of another little jab at GT because GT did the whole like, oh well, when he's in Super Saiyan 4, just becomes an adult because fuck you.
Yeah, because we have to pay Sean Chamel somehow.
But in Daima here, he's just kid form Super Saiyan 4.
That's like I still going back to GT, like that's one of the dumbest lines is when Goku's like, well, if I want to hang out with Chi-Chi, I could just go Super Saiyan 4. And it's like, that's not the point, Goku.
Yeah, there was even like a scene where like Pam was like, "Oh, it's grandparents' day at school next week. Can you turn Super Saiyan 4 and come in?"
Traumatize the children.
Yeah, right. It's just like, why is your grandfather so hairy? And he has a tail.
And everything. Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, he goes Super Saiyan 4 and he's giving Goma a run for his money. And like, well, first of all, I just want to praise Stephanie Nadalny and her performance doing Super Saiyan 4 because she like really like brought out like the animal side of Goku and she did a very good job of it.
Because
in a way that I don't think Sean Schemmel really matched her with that when he was doing his Super Saiyan 4 thing later.
Yeah. Yeah, because for those who don't, spoiler warning, this is her final episode, basically. Yeah, it's actually really funny. The more you say it, the more I realize that Daima is literally just Toriyama going like, this is Dragon Ball GT if I did it right.
Yeah. This is what would have happened with GT if I had been in charge of it from the start.
Because it's like basically the same thing, like space adventure, finding Dragon
Balls. Yep.
Going across worlds, kids,
Planet with giants,
Super Saiyan 4. That's really weird when you think about it. Now that I think. But
and even like when doesn't happen until a little bit from now, but like when they summon the dragon, like I mean, think about it. GT, the Black Star Dragon was literally just a gigantic red Shenron, and the Demon Realm Dragon is just a gigantic red Porunga.
Yeah.
So it's like literally like 1 for 1 here.
Yeah. So the fight kind of goes on. It's still kind of a stalemate the whole time. Like Super Saiyan 4 Kid Goku is doing a good job, but like fucking the eye just gives him like fuck you powers. So like anytime he gets an edge, it's like nope.
Yep.
But in the background, we're getting the Dragon Balls are being gathered by what's her name?
Arinsu.
And the episode basically ends where the dragon gets summoned and she has Glorio do the
who apparently knows Namekian, by the way.
Yeah, that was something he learned off screen, I guess. Yeah, it has him do the ritual and it ends with he does the wish and it cuts right there.
It doesn't say what the wish is because it's kind of like setting up for like a dramatic like, oh, is he gonna give Arinsu her wish or is he gonna help out his new friends? Which I mean, everybody knows what he's gonna do. It's not a secret. Like, it's not even a dramatic thing. Like, it's just everybody knows. It's just like how with the Tournament of Power, like everybody knew that the wish was gonna be to bring back all the universes. There was no debate.
Yeah. Yeah, so that he does that, and then we get the next week's episode, which was a double release apparently, because like,
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, like when I finished the next episode, it like all of a sudden it was like play next episode. I'm like, oh, that's not done yet, and I saw, I'm like, oh, it is. Fuck, I guess I'm finishing it tonight.
Yep, pretty much. Which I'm totally fine with. I'm honestly. The last 3 would have been. You see like, how they did the whole like theater release for the first 3 episodes? They should have done that for the last 3 episodes.
Honestly, yeah.
That would have been a much more theater worthy experience.
Yeah, than the first 3, which are 3 of the most nothing episodes in this entire series.
For real.
This is such a rear loaded series, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's like from I think like the series doesn't really start to kind of like go full swing until like episode 8 when he fights the first Tamagami.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gloria makes the wish, and all of our friends become adults again, which is kind of funny because what's her name? Pansy was holding Dende, and like the wish happens, and she's just holding a full-grown Namekian.
Yeah, and they're both very like, no.
Mm-hmm.
Goku is very happy about it. Vegeta is extremely happy about it.
Oh, he's on cloud 9.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm me again. Bulma's kind of upset that she's old again.
Yep. But Vegeta's like, all right, go, Kakarot, you had your turn. I'm jumping in. I'm tagging in, and we get adult Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta.
I just love Vegeta's logic of like, he's like, oh, we're adults now, so we don't need to like, team up anymore. I can do this on my own. And it's like, I don't. It's like, sure, man, sure.
If you say so.
It's like, we know where this is going.
Yep. Typical. Even though he didn't technically lose, he backed off.
Yeah. I do love the fact too that once it's revealed that Glorio made that wish, like Goku's like, yo, thanks. He gets his name wrong again. He's like, it's Glorio again.
Yep. Well, actually, no. Wasn't that the one time where he said it right?
Well, no, he says it again later after the fight.
Oh, okay.
But he gets it right the one time.
Yeah. And then like Aritsu and Glorio have that whole like scene where like she's like, well, I fucking got you out of that hellhole and did all this shit for you, and you're gonna do me like that? He's like, yeah, kinda. She's like, all right, you're fired. Beat it.
Yeah. But he's like, oh, I could just leave. Cool.
Yep.
She's not even that upset about it. She's kind of like, yeah, whatever.
She's like, yeah, all right, fine, I get it. And Ku's just like, but don't worry, you still got me. And she's like actually kind of happy about that for a second there.
Well, they're more
I think by this point she's realizing that Ku is just like the best.
Well, she's got lackeys that are like 100% loyal to her, so she's like, oh, perfect.
Yep.
That's what I wanted anyways.
And yeah, so Vegeta starts his fight. He goes Super Saiyan 3, has his whole moment. And like, as much as it was cool seeing it, I still think it would have been a really funny Toriyama gag if we only saw Vegeta as Super Saiyan 3 in kid form.
Yeah, he just loses the ability to do it somehow.
Kind of like how he's got this he had that continual gag where we just are not allowed to see adult fused Gotenks. Like, it's just not, like, we can't see them do it correctly as adults. It's always the fat Gotenks.
Yeah. I also love like Bulma's reaction to Vegeta just being Vegeta, where she's just like, ugh, like again.
Pretty much. So Aritsu has Ku go fetch her little magic book, and they learn that the way to remove the Tertian Oculus is to hit him on the head, in the back of the head 3 times real hard.
Just kick him in the back of the head multiple times. That'll solve it.
That's literally all you got to do, is just three whaps in the back of the head.
But yeah, predictably, the Vegeta fight, the Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta fight against what's his name again?
Goma.
Against Goma is pretty fun. The only downside to it to me is the fact that like it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it was still a really well animated fight, and Vegeta he brought it, so I'm happy about that. Also, just gonna throw this out there. I don't think it's out yet, but we were given confirmation that there is going to be Diama DLC in Kakarot, so that means confirmed Super Saiyan 4 will be in Kakarot.
Nice.
Also, we might get Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, but that doesn't really matter because he already has God in blue. So it's just going to be there for flavor. It's not really going to be
It's going to be a thing. It's like, oh, he can do this thing that everyone thinks is cool, but it's kind of worthless.
I'm kind of into the idea of being able to use Super Saiyan 4 in Kakarot, though.
Yeah, I'm just curious where they're going to scale that, because Super Saiyan 4's power level is so confusing, because no one really knows where it is. It would even
there was a lot of debate when Super was running about where Super Saiyan 4 stood in comparison to like God in Blue.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter now because he's got fucking Ultra Instinct, so it's like, who cares?
Yeah.
It's like, what does it even matter? But
that's his ultimate final form.
Yeah, that being said, though, going back to the fight, obviously the Vegeta fight doesn't go anywhere, but we do get like basically they just do a whole bunch of exposition while Vegeta's getting his butt kicked up there.
Yeah, formulating their plan.
And then of course, like they're like Goku's like, Vegeta, tag in, switch. It's like you're not gonna win, and Vegeta's like, no, I'm not gonna stop.
He's like, I'd rather die.
He's just being a dick about it. And we get the
And they're all like talking they're all like talking about it, and they're like, yeah, he's not gonna switch. And Bulma's just like, I got this, guys. Hold my beer.
Yeah.
And yeah, so she pretty much yells at him and tells him he's being stupid. He's like, shut up, woman, whatever. And she's like, all right, well, fine, but if you don't switch out now, I'll never take a bath with you ever again. And we get the most dramatic most dramatic look on his face. And he like practically fucking teleports back down there. It's like, you guys can take it from here.
Yeah, he's like, Kakarot, it's your turn. Just completely walks off. It's like, damn, he's whipped. No more sexy bath time.
Which, you know, I know it's played for a gag, but it does kind of show some growth for Vegeta, I feel like.
I love the running joke that Vegeta's a better husband than Kakarot ever will, like Goku will ever be.
Yep. It's true. He was there for his kid's birth. At least, well, one of them at least.
Oh, he was there for Trunks, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he was training in space.
Oh. Well, he was there for Ra, so.
Yeah.
Not that was much of a birth. That was more just like Whis was like, this is taking too long.
She just got booped into existence.
Yeah.
It's like the reverse. It's like the reverse blip.
Yeah.
It's like if Thanos snapped his finger with his other hand.
Yeah. Whis was like, this is taking too long. Vegeta's being an asshole. He's like, Boom, I got it. There you go. None of the work.
So then we get a recreation of the pretty much the Buu saga. Like, let me show you my Super Saiyan gauntlet.
When he started doing that, I was like, are we doing this again? Okay, sure.
Of course, we got to do it again.
The music was pretty good too. It was kind of similar to the original, but it's never going to be the Faulkner original music.
No, that was just way too epic with the Faulkner music. Like, I have my gripes with the old Faulkner music as much as it is nostalgic, but that scene is still top tier.
That's the one piece of music that people will forever stand by, to the point where it's in so many fan things.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, there's that, and there's that like the Vegeta theme with the piano. But anyways, so we get that whole like Super Saiyan gauntlet, like him like demonstrating all the different forms, and holy crap, they put a lot of effort into that animation.
Yep, and we get to hear Schemmel blow out his vocal cords again.
Yep, which apparently he passed out 3 times in the booth doing this.
I love the fact that you think about it, and Schemmel's passing out, but meanwhile, the lady in Japan is just fucking going hard still.
Yeah, the 86-year-old lady in Japan is just screaming her fucking head off, just killing it.
Yeah, Schemmel passes out 3 times. He's
Schemmel's a French horn player, so he should have like that. He should have some fucking air capacity.
He just wasn't able to go beyond.
Yeah, he even said that and go further beyond thing.
Yeah. But we get to see Goku turn Super Saiyan 4, so you get to see adult Super Saiyan 4 with red hair, which is fine. Still prefer the
weird,
black.
Big hands and bare forearms.
Yeah, it's an interesting design.
It's and he still has the yellow pants. He's still got the yellow pants.
Yeah, they just turn
out of nowhere.
They just turned yellow.
They just appear out of nowhere.
Toriyama like designed it, and he's like, I don't care if it doesn't make sense. I drew it.
This is the way it looks.
He's like, doesn't matter, make it work.
So I know we kind of like glanced over it, but like Goku's fighting style when he's in Super Saiyan 4, like I love how much more animalistic he is about it. Like when he was in kid form, like he was like, you know, there would be like little bits where he'd be like running on all fours, and you know, he'd utilize his tail in battle like he used to back in the day, and like I don't know, it's just really well done. Like I love the choreography with that. And then again with him as an adult, like he's not doing it quite to that degree, but he's still doing like the kind of like an ape-like fighting style, which we don't usually see from him. Like he's usually very much like straight up martial arts.
Yeah. Um,
So yeah, the fight goes pretty much as you expect, or as we have come to expect up to this point. One disappointment I do have is that we didn't see the 10 times Kamehameha, the red one.
yeah.
Maybe there would have been too much red though with the hair and everything. But we did get a different kind of Kamehameha though, because he shoot the big one he does at the end there, that like punches through like each of the demon realms. That
And
apparently like cleaned all their air.
Yeah, and he put a giant hole in Goma.
Yeah, but with that Kamehameha, it was regular, but like it was like wreathed in flame, which was pretty cool. There was another thing too that I noticed. Oh, for some reason we kept getting the Kaioken sound effect as he was like flying around and doing his thing. I thought that was interesting.
I'm gonna guess they were just reusing sound effects.
I mean, they do that a lot. I mean, they've used pretty much every Dragon Ball sound effect in One Piece,
Yes.
including the Kamehameha. But it's one of those things where in Dragon Ball they usually make it a point to try and like with certain sound effects they'll use them for specific things. So I thought it was interesting that they used it there.
Toriyama forgot. Just bring it back.
Demon Realm.
Oh yeah, Demon Realm. That's the new excuse for everything.
But so yeah, after Goku punches that big hole in Goma, Piccolo tries to seize the gap and hits him twice in the head.
I hate the fact that they just fucking cockblock Piccolo here. It's like poor guy.
It's like Tournament of Power all over again.
I mean, it's great that he had a movie, but it's still like, goddamn.
Yeah, he didn't have his new form in this. That's all.
Yeah. But when he couldn't get the throw in, I was like, of course, this isn't over yet because we have to have more.
Yeah. And then like Goma's just going on a rampage and everything, and then just by chance, Ku is like still holding the big ass magic book. And because of all like the energy and like the air moving around, like he just kind of flies into Goma and just whaps him 3 times real quick, and the eye pops out.
I thought that was a funny like. I like the fact that they made the way it works a big gag because like he just hits him with the book 3 times, and I was like, okay, this is fine. I'm okay with it.
You know what it kind of reminded me of a little bit was in Super, during that the Jelly Vegeta mini arc. When like they're having all this trouble beating him, and then Monaka just kind of like takes a step back and steps on the core by accident, and it just kills him. That's what it kind of reminded me of.
I will say my absolute favorite scene is after the eye gets knocked out and like he shrinks down. The eye's just sitting on the ground, and they just run up to it. They're like destroy it. And it literally they just step on it, and it just makes this little like splat sound, and that's it. It's gone.
Like, all right, done with that.
It's just so anticlimactic. It was just like blip, gone.
Pretty much. So yeah, we pretty much come to the conclusion that like, all right, we're gonna lock Goma and Degasu up together in like this. It's literally like the Mafuba, but they got sealed in like a jar that has like video games and shit.
Yeah.
So like, they're gonna be stuck there for 99 years, but I mean, it's worse situations. You could be like King Piccolo.
Yeah, I just love the joke. It's like, hey, don't worry, you'll have plenty to read and games to play.
Also, we skipped over it, but I thought it was interesting, like seeing like how powerful this new dragon is. Because I mean, you think back to like OG Dragon Ball when like King Piccolo was able to kill Shenron. But like this super powered mega, like not even Super Saiyan 4 Goku can touch me Goma just got flicked away by this dragon. Yes. Like couldn't do shit against him. Like it's like, all right, this is pretty cool.
We also get a great so after that, like you get the big reunion scene, everyone comes up, like Pansy reunites with everybody. Gloria, like Goku finally says Glorio's name right when he's like, thanks, man, you did it. Thanks for the help. And he gets his name right once, and he's like, okay, this is fine.
Yep.
we also get this lovely scene where they're like, okay, we need to decide who the new ruler is. And they keep kind of going back and forth with who it should be. And then we get a great scene where Hypes is like, I'd like a trance, please.
Yeah.
And they just ignore him. Like, no one cares.
Yep. But then ultimately, like, Arya turns it down because she's like, well, I didn't, do it through power, so I would just be overthrown, like, immediately anyway. So I'm just not going to do it. And then Neva's like, all right, well, in true Demon Realm fashion, the person who defeated the previous king is the first in line. And they all just have that moment, and like they look at Ku, they're like, oh shit. I guess Ku is the new demon king.
And then he turns out he's super competent.
Yep, and everybody gets a minister job. Everybody. Except the one person who asked for it.
Oh yeah, I respect there, chilling.
Because he's literally just handed him out, and he's like, anyone else want to be a minister? And Hybris is just like, me, pick me. And he's just like, okay, that's it.
Yeah, that was poor Hybris. I think that's the last time we see him too.
I think so. Yeah, because I don't think he went with them when they left.
No, his arc is over.
Yes, sad day.
We'll never see
Hybris again.
Yeah,
I have maybe in Heroes.
True.
Oh wait, Heroes is done now.
Oh
fuck.
No, he's gone. I have to say, like, the most confusing character throughout this entire anime, I think, has to be Neva. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck his goal was here.
I think he just wanted to stir the pot. Like,
yeah, maybe.
Like this is like the only reason he went with Goma in the first place to Earth to do the whole Dragon Ball thing. Is he's just like, yeah, this will stir some shit up. These guys are gonna come and try to fucking mess some shit up.
It's like this will solve a lot of problems for me. I'm gonna pretend to be senile for an entire thing.
Yeah, I love that. That's just like a running joke. It's just like, what are you not senile? He's just like, and I love that he just like his like thing is just winking at people. Like when they had that whole scene with Glorio when he made his choice and defended his new friends. Like he turned, you just see Neva wink at him.
Yeah, I did like the little friendship between Pansy and Bulma too. After Bulma got restored to her normal age.
Yep, and she got a whole bunch of Magilite.
Yeah, and she's like, I don't even need this much, but I'll take it.
Yeah, right. Which I guess if we're gonna try and combine the series, all the different shows, it would explain a lot of the huge advances in technology in Super.
True. The only plot hole is why doesn't he ever use Super Saiyan 4 again? Why can't Vegeta use Super Saiyan 3? But
yeah, well, again, that's where the time ring theory comes into play. Also, I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this out there. We never got that fusion.
Nope.
Because they made it a point to point, like in episode 4, it's just like, oh look, Demon Realm has their own method of fusion. Here, take this fusion bug. Just nothing ever comes of it. We never got a fusion. You see, like a while back when we were talking about that, I had at this point the Japanese hadn't finished yet, so I didn't know yet. Like I was fully convinced that we were going to get a Kudu fusion, which would have been cool.
Nope.
But no such luck.
I have to say too, this is something I just noticed. Does Goku lose the power pole in the Demon World?
No, he had it. He had it when they were.
Does he pick it up? Okay.
He had it strapped to his back when they stopped at the store again.
Okay. Because for a second, I know he loses it before he goes Super Saiyan 4. I was like, does he forget to pick it up? Like, are we gonna have a plot hole?
And also when they were getting ready to leave, or whatever, when I don't know, something like that was happening, and they're all like standing there waving, and Pansy just has Vegeta's arm and she's waving him, and he's just like,
yeah,
like she's just rocking him back and forth. It was funny as fuck.
Yeah,
he was just so unenthused.
I'm gonna miss Glorio and Pansy. They're fun characters,
but especially Hybris and Ku.
Yeah, those guys as well. I will say, so after credit scene, very easy to miss if you're not paying attention. But I did love the credits. It showed all of everybody back home got restored back. But my favorite part is like it showed them doing what they were doing when they got turned back.
Yeah,
which is really kind of entertaining.
Yeah, it was pretty silly. And you know, Roshi was still in front of the mirror.
Yeah,
where he was when they left.
Kind of found it kind of sad that it basically. Or Chi-Chi, hers is like it's implied that she literally doesn't have a life because she was just doing dishes.
Yeah,
up on a stool on like this like little like staircase thing. And I'm just like,
well, that explains why she's so obsessed with the success of her children, because she literally has like nothing going on. It just really like accentuates just how shitty Goku is to her, because like she literally just keeps house for decades, and that's all she is good for.
Like, you know, like anytime I get like someone will have like a whole thing about why they hate Chi-Chi, I'm just like sitting there going like, you know, is it really her fault though? Like, have you seen what she puts up with?
For real.
But
the only reason Bulma and Vegeta's relationship is so good is because she's rich as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
But oh well.
Also, like the difference too is like if Chi-Chi gets angry, Goku just runs away. Like that's just Goku's that's Goku's answer to everything. Just go run and hide.
Pretty much. So yeah, they stop at the store again on the way out, which I'm glad we got one more scene with the shopkeepers. I like them.
Well, because their whole reason is like they're like, we should go get more of those bugs because those bugs can be very useful to us in the future.
Yeah, they're like, we're running low on senzu beans, so we should just go and grab a shit ton of those bugs.
I like how the shopkeeper's like, wow, you guys are tall now. Like, what happened?
Yeah, it's like you had a growth spurt. He's like, yeah, not really, but you know.
I love too, like Bulma's like looking at the bugs and she's like, ew, this is disgusting. How could you ever do this? And the one lady's like, oh, but there's a bug here that can make you look 12 years younger.
Yeah. And she's like, I'll take all of them. Every single one.
But then we get the big dramatic like wham moment where Pansy's like, ooh, what's this in the back? And she like dusts off this jar and it has two more of the eyes just chilling in it.
Which is the big reveal that eye originally came from that shop, and they like special ordered it just as part of their stock, and just nobody like somebody bought. It's just like, oh, well, somebody bought one years ago. That's the only one we were ever able to sell. We just still have these ones.
And it literally just ends with everyone being like shocked face, and then it just cuts to the end. Yep.
So they could have easily just fucking grabbed one on the way when they were doing this whole thing at the beginning.
Yeah. So funny. It's just like such a funny like last minute wham moment where you're like, what?
I was really hoping though that like they were gonna kind of tie it together at the end, because you know obviously we didn't get the fusion we were expecting to get. So what I thought was gonna happen in that post credit scene was they were gonna get back and like I don't know, maybe like one of the kids or something like plays a prank or whatever and like slips two halves of the fusion bugs into like Supreme Kai and Kibito's drinks or something, and they would refuse.
Yeah.
Like that would have been a funny gag that would have tied it back together. And it's like, okay, like that means that this could theoretically, like, with Vegeta going Super Saiyan 3 kind of puts a fucking wrench in it all. But then you could say like that would at least. Well, I was gonna say you could at least tie it in with like GT and just say like, oh well, he was only able to do it in the demon realm because of the power that Neva gave him, or something like that. Like his demon world magic is because Neva just has all these fuck you powers.
Yeah, because Neva is basically the ultimate Meki or whatever.
Pretty much. But yeah, so that's Diama.
Slow start, great ending. That's I think the best way to describe it.
I think so. So are you... what are your overall feelings on Super Saiyan 4 being brought into it?
It all depends on where this... If it's completely a standalone thing, perfectly fine with it. It gets murkier if they try to tie it into Super, because it just doesn't make any sense. But
yeah, well, I mean, the only kind of like somewhat... like effort to tie it in would have been like when we saw that brief image of all the different Supreme Kai from the different universes. Like that's the only thing that you could really make an argument that it ties in. But
I'm just gonna go with the ring theory and that these are all separate universes, and we can just have fans debate for years which one's the best.
because I mean, we were still seeing like I was seeing a lot of comments like with like Diamond discussions and stuff, just being like, "Oh, this is just GT again," and then there'd be other people would be like, "GT is better." You know, because we always hear the GT Super debate. It's been going on forever, but
see, Super got too big to even compare the two after a while. Like this is,
yeah,
Diama and GT are definitely more comparable, but Diama is just a better story because it actually makes sense. Because GT's story had its potential, and then there's just so many moments in GT where it's like, this is stupid. Like, why aren't they fixing this?
Yeah, for sure.
It's like we had the kid arc. Why is Goku still a kid? Like,
yeah.
But I enjoyed
Diama wrap that up.
Yeah. No, it was a fun, self-contained little story. Good. If that was truly Toriyama's final product ever, I'm very happy with it. Definitely recommend watching it in one straight go, though. Watching the show weekly was kind of infuriating, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Because like that first half, so many of those episodes are like, what? Like, oh, okay,
what are we doing here?
Like, oh, good, we did not. Goku had a bar fight and ate a sandwich. Cool.
Ate multiple burgers.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that's an
really want a burger.
Sorry, I had a hot pocket today. That was my.
Well, also happened because last night we were watching. Well, we only watched half of it, but me and City watched Pompoko, and there's a scene at the beginning where all the raccoons are eating burgers. We're just like, "Fuck, man, I could go for a good burger right now."
Yeah. But yeah. So that was it for Diama Time. We'll probably do this with other series going forward. We'll have to. God damn it, Siri, go away. Go away. Yeah, we'll probably do this with other shows going in the future. But this was fun.
Yeah, we kind of have a couple of ideas about which ones we could do it with going forward. But we might take a week or two while we figure that out, depending on how we go. But
well, guys, that was our complete Diama Time retrospective. Thank you for everyone who joined us for the entire ride, and next week we will return to regular Geek Addicts content. Anyways, guys, thank you for listening. You can find Geek Addicts on all the major podcasting platforms, particularly Apple Podcast and Spotify, and be sure to check us out over on the Superpod Network. That is superpodnetwork.com. Awesome site where you can find a whole bunch of different podcasts, videos, shows, and all sorts of fun stuff. But anyways, guys, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you all later.